So as I should say, blessed good night to the loyal listeners of the Street 919 FM. Yours truly, MC Duke, alongside Selector Jerry. We're here on a beautiful Monday again, doing our thing. It's called Double R of R&B and rockers, you know. Just doing all that thing, going up till 9 as we make way for David Muhammad. I just got some info for you guys. Tomorrow, look out for the Gap Man from 9 a.m. to 9 to 10 a.m. with Pastor Job. So tomorrow there's just a little change. Look out for the Gap Man from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. with Pastor Job. Remember to always keep it tuned here to the Street 919 FM.
Don't get it. Do you enjoy being hurt? I know you smell the perfume, the makeup on the shirt. You don't believe his stories. You know that there are lies. Bad as you are, you stick around, and I just don't know why. If I was your man, baby, you never worry about what I do. I'd be coming home back to you every night, doing you right. Type of woman deserve good things. This for the dime. I just wanna show you you are. You should let me love you. Let me be the one to give you everything you want and need. A baby, good love and protection. Make me your selection. Show you the way love's supposed to be. Baby, you should let me love you.
So as you know, we're heading up to Father's Day this weekend, eh? So to you fathers out there, hope you behave good. I hope you did the right thing during the year and even the years before that.
Your tribute is
just like a guy like me. I don't want no tie. I don't want no shoes. I don't want no socks. I don't want no vest. Time for things to step up. So we're doing 15 minutes for Petty by Risi. Opening Wednesday here, Cipriani Boulevard. And we're going to give away 2 pedicures for 2 lucky dads during the hours we make our way up to 9 o'clock. So all you got to do is go on the page and look for the post. You can call me on 3420081 7711791 and tell me what makes your dad special so that you can win him that free manicure and that free pedi by Risi this coming Father's Day.
See, I know there's somebody breaking out the champagne somewhere. You can be sure that somebody's gonna make love night until the day. Oh, one thing's for sure. I'm gonna put on my dancing shoes and I'm here.
So remember, we're doing 15 minutes for Petty by Risi. Shops of Cipriani, 25 Cipriani Boulevard, Port of Spain. They got a Father's Day special deal which runs from the 15th of June to the 21st of June. Male spa and pedi for $280, male basic pedi for $200, male spa manicure for $140, male basic manicure for $70, male spa manicure and pedi for $400, and male basic manicure and pedicure for $250. So all you gotta do is call me up on 3420081 7711791 and tell me what qualifies your dad and what makes him feel special, so that you can win one of the 2 vouchers to head over to Petty by Rissi on Cipriani Boulevard. Listen.
Love me, no one above me, and I was all you had. And all my heart is beating for you, I can't stop crying. I don't know how I allow you to treat me this way, and still I stay. See, my days are cold without you, but I'm hurting while I'm here. And my heart can't take no more, I keep on running back to you. See, my days are cold without you, but I'm hurting while I'm here. And though my heart can't take no more, I keep on running back to you. Baby, I don't know why you wanna do me wrong. See, when I'm home, I'm all alone, and you are always gone. Boy, you know I really love you, I can't deny.
So in a few seconds, we're going to pay some bills and we're going to come right back at you. It's Monday, people, in this Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. So don't you dare touch that dial. You're listening to the Street 919 FM.
And though my heart can't take no more, I keep on running back to you. See, my days are cold without you.
Let's talk on the street. The official station that defends the nation.
Yes, so remember, for the next 15 minutes, we're doing the segment for Petty by Rissi, Cipriani Boulevard, Port of Spain.
When you were revealed, 'cause you were a dream that just should not have been a fantasy real. You gave me this beating, baby, this rhythm inside. You made me feel good and feel nice and feel love.
Gotta say special good night to the Walker family in St. Anne's, Jess West and Basilon Street. And the Dewsbury family also locked on. The Kisto family in Santa Rosa always locked on and listening.
You're the highest of the high. If you don't know, then I'll say it. So don't ever wonder. Don't ever wonder. Shouldn't I realize? Shouldn't I realize? You're the highest of the high. If you don't know, then I'll say it. So don't ever.
So I'm gonna open the line shortly where you can call me and tell me why your dad is important, why he's the best thing in the world for you, and you can win one of 2 manicure and pedicures by Petty by Rissi, Shops of Cipriani, 25 Cipriani Boulevard, Port of Spain. It's happening, Father's Day specials at Petty by Rissi.
Without you here by my side. You gave me the feeling in my life. So shouldn't I realize? Shouldn't I realize? You're the highest of the high. You're the highest of the high. If you don't know, then I'll say it. So don't ever wonder.
This is what we do on a Monday right here on the Shit 919 FM. You know, it's the first work day for the week. So, you know, we're taking it a little bit slow. Creeping, we're getting there. numbers to call us 771-1791 342-0081. And you can win your dad that manicure and pedicure by Petty by Risi this coming Father's Day.
Too slow. Didn't put that thing in Seems like there's
music to just make you kick your feet up and just relax.
There is no one else I think of more than you. Can't seem to forget. Can't get you on my head. There's the verdict and I'm crazy over you. How do I become? Tell me where to start. Cause every time you smile I feel tremors in my heart. I have a walker's heart. I cannot get with you till my day comes. Here's what I'm gonna do. Be sitting up in my soul, in my bed, thinking about you. I must confess, I'm a mess for you.
Gotta say special good night to Lisa Peter Kin, Regina Maria Diaz, also locked on and listening.
Pray that you'll invest in my happiness. All it takes is just one simple call from you. Turn my heart around if I'm making ground. Pretty baby, please tell me if I'm getting through. Tell me what is up. You see, you need to know. Tell me if I'm far, if I'm getting close. I have one concern, and one concern is you. Till I'm with you, here's what I'm gonna do. You sitting up in my soul, in my bed, thinking about you, thinking about you. I must confess, I'm my best for you. You sitting up in
Yes, the Facebook page is lit. People loving themselves, and that's what we do on the Shit 919 FM each and every day. Ramona Baker and the whole Baker family locked on and listening. This is Mary J.
So you got to dance for me. Don't need no hateration, holleration in this dancery. Let's get it percolated while you're waiting. So just dance for me. Come on, everybody, get on now. Cause you know we got to get it wrong. Mary J is in the spot tonight, and I'ma make you feel alright. Come on, baby, just party with me. Let loose and set your body free. Leave your situations at the door, so when you step inside, jump on the floor. Let's get it funk up all night, funk up in this dancery. We got your home.
Gotta say goodnight to Nicole George and the whole George family. Ansel Figaro and his wife, Mrs. Figaro, all locked on and listening. It's Father's Day weekend, guys. Let's go, let's go.
What's love?
Got to do it. There you go.
What's love? It's about us, it's about trust me. What's love?
Got to do it.
What's love? It should be about us, it should be about trust me. What's love?
Slow down, baby. Let you know from the gate, I don't go down, lady. I want a chick with thick hips and licks her lips. She could be the office type or like the strip. Girl, you get me aroused, how you look in my eye. But you talk too much, man, you're ruining my high. I don't wanna lose the feeling, cause the roof is ceiling is on fire. And you looking good for the getting, I'm a rider. Whether in a hoodie or a linen, a provider.
Gotta say special good night to Kimberly in front 10 all the way in the east. Locked on and listening.
With chicks that's willing to trizz with us. You say you got a man and you're in love, but what's love gotta do with a little menage? After the party, me and you could just slide for a few, and she could come too. It's love.
Got to do it.
What's love?
Gotta say good night to my peeps there in La Hokata,
It's about
Ali Boo and her whole family locked on and listening.
Got to do it.
Deli and Jack in Barataria.
it should be about us.
This is Street 919 FM on a Monday. So remember, to my first two callers, you're gonna win that gift certificate to head over to Petty by Risi, Cipriani Boulevard, Port of Spain, for the Father's Day specials. You never know, you could be that lucky one to win that free manicure and pedicure for your dad. Make him happy. Don't even have to pay a cent. All you gotta do is pick up your phone and call me on 342-0081. That's 342-0081, 771-1791. As the song says, Return of the Mac. You know it's Father's Day week, eh?
You know, so baby, listen carefully while I sing my comeback song. You lied to me. She said she'd never turn on me. You lied to me, but you did. You lied to me. All this pain you said I'd never feel. You lied to me.
Want to say special good night to Damian Richardson and the whole interagency task force locked on.
I'm in trouble, I suppose, because I just hit girlfriend jalopy in my drop top road. Traffic came to a halt. I'm like, I think about it, madam. It was only my.
Liz Guerra, Marcus Rivers, better known as Kochi, locked on also. What's up, Kochi?
Ready?
Reggae.
And thirdly, the way she got her hair bronze fitted her superbly. Let me say what's on my mind. Take a little time to express myself.
So send those Father's Day greetings right now. Send it in on the Facebook page. Send it on the WhatsApp 771-1791. Let's shout out that special dad, that special person in your life. So Ramona Baker is sending Father's Day greetings to her ex and the father of her kids, Otto. She says, baby, I still love you. Wow. It's Father's Day weekend, the best time to make up. As the song says, this is Ashanti and Jack, yo. Ja Rule.
Late night lover, you know, the one that make kids like no other. I know I got a lot of things I need to explain, but baby, you know the name, and love is about pain. So stop the complaints and drop the order of restraint.
First, I got reggae on my mind each and every day. Reggae, right, you know.
No more. This is about 3:15, and sure days I mean, I got the Bentley Ballet, and I'm just outside of Jersey, past the Palisades, and I love to see that some boots and shades rolled out on the bed while I'm yanking your braids. Bug style, you never thought I'd make you smile while I'm smacking your ass and hitting you all wild. We share something so rare, but who cares? You can, baby.
I'm not always there when you call.
I gotta send some Father's Day greetings to my good friend Nai. DJ Nai all the way in Miami, locked on and listening. Big up yourself, my brother. May you have a good one this weekend.
But I'm always on time, and I gave you my all. Now, baby,
Get a grip, come on, pull it together. It's only a sun shower. We've been through worse weather like stormy night. You wrote a Dear John letter and took my Benz and keyed and cut the leather. Girl, you know better. The M.O.B. Money over Brody's murder, INC. I got 2 or 3 broads for every V, and I keep them drugged up off that ecstasy. I'm a playground legend like Kirkland Pee Wee. I'm a baller in the league, got more game than me. I play harder, so many women I fathered. Beat them with scars, get them home, get them home, get them home.
Oh, Maria,
Gotta shout out David Adams and the whole Adams family in Q-Rap. Locked on and listening. I know you're a proud father, my brother.
growing up in Spanish Harlem. She living a life just like a movie star. She fell in love in East LA to the sounds of the guitar, yeah. Played by Carlos Santana. On the corner. corner. See, as the rich is getting richer, the poor is getting poorer. See me and Maria on the corner, thinking of ways to make it better. In my mailbox, there's an eviction letter. Somebody just say, see you later. Yeah.
Chola, mama chola, ahora vengo, mama chola.
East Coast.
Ahora vengo, mama chola, mama chola. Ahora vengo,
Maria, Maria. She remind me of a West Side Story. Growing up in Spanish Harlem.
So remember, if you call me up on 342-0081 or 771-1791, you can win your dad that free pedi and manicure by Pedi by Risi on Cipriani Boulevard in Port of Spain. So all you gotta do is call me up and let me know how much you appreciate your dad and why he's the best dad in the world. It's Father's Day week, people. Come on.
So I'm scheming, I can't go on like this, believing that her love is true. Oh, standing on the dance floor while she drinking, you are all I want, girl. She's a chicken. We might be together, but love is missing. Girl, I want you, so what can we do? It's all, let's go somewhere and get it on tonight. Let's get it on. I got a girl, but you look good tonight. You look so good, baby. It's one-on-one tonight, baby. Tonight, girl, if it's all right, let's go somewhere and get it on tonight. Get it on. You shouldn't have to be alone tonight. Yeah, yeah. It's one-on-one tonight. One-on-one, baby. Tonight. Now she's looking at me, but keep talking. Oh, now she tryna ice you. Let's start walking over on the dance floor. It's her fault, but what can she do? Tell me, baby, yeah. I'm ready. We can get it on. Know where I went wrong. She's where you went wrong. Is where I belong. Never try me, always still right by me. Make living lively, highly spoken of. Only love, the only one. You're my wifey, make my life complete, sweet. But you know when I flip the street, freak. Only when it comes to me, see. That's why you're my wifey. You should've known, cause you had my mind blown. Oh, you jump at the club on bump like what? I had to have you, babe. Saw you outside, passenger side, cause I let my best friend drive. You was in line. That's when you caught my eyes, girl. You were so beautiful, beautiful. It was so critical, so critical. You look so crucial, girl. Something about you, it's everything. You are mine, still right by me. Make living lively, highly spoken of. Only love, the only one. You're my wifey, make my life complete, sweet. You know when to flip the street, free. Only when it comes to me, wifey. That's why you're my wifey. You know you're sexy too. I like your attitude. I ain't even mad at you. Girl, you're still my boo. Either braids or weave, skirt or jeans, still my queen. Baby girl, go do your thing. I'm so glad you're on mine. You are so beautiful, so beautiful. It is so critical, girl. You look so crucial, girl. Something about you is everything you are.
gotta shout out my electrician GT5. Big DJ, you know, from back in the days. He used to wear your bell bottom and your bell pants, you know. He's locked on and listening all the way in Bones Road. He's loving the vibes, he says.
No, baby. The reasons are because of you. I can go on and make it through. I can't even take my mind off loving you. And I wanna say I never knew there was a love like this before. A love like this before. No. Never had someone to show me a love. Love like this before. I know you can't see all the things you mean to me. I'm so amazed that you are mine. Yeah. If we can work together, maybe this can last forever. This is something that I wanna hold on to. So baby, try to understand. I'd be crazy, cause you compliment my style. And I like the way you walk and the way you walk, the way you talk.
I gotta shout out Trevor Brown and the whole Brown family all the way in C, just locked on and listening.
I never knew there was no love like this before. A love like this before. Never had someone to show me a love. I never had a love like this before. I never knew there was a
So I'm opening the lines now. You can call me now. So if you see if you are that lucky person to win that free manicure and pedicure for your dad by Petty by Ricci and Cipriani Boulevard in Port of Spain. So call me up. Let me know why your dad is important, why he means what he means to you, and why he's the best in the world. So call me up, people. Call me up.
'cause your time is money and I won't let it waste it. Oh no. Baby, just go with it. 'Cause when you're with me I can't explain it. It's just different. We can take it slow. Or act like you're my girl. Let's skip the basics. Whoa, no. He's so replaceable. You're worth the chase, yeah, but enough. It's alright. I'm not dangerous. When you're mine, I'll be generous. You're irreplaceable, collectible, just like mine, China. Favorite, you're my favorite. It's like all the girls around me don't have faces, and the saying goes, life is just a game, but I'm not playing. Whoa. He's so replaceable. You're worth the chance you put in. It's alright. I'm not dangerous. When you're mine, I'll be generous. You are irreplaceable, collectible, just like mine. China.
Pleasant good night, y'all. Listen to the Sheet 919 FM. Pleasant good night. Believe I lost that one.
'Cause it's over. That just won't be fair. Darling, run before I'm living on the street. No food to eat. 'Cause I don't want nobody if I have to cry. 'Cause it's over when you said goodbye.
Gotta shout out the FNF crew, always locked on and listening to the shit 919 FM.
But it doesn't mean anything since you're gone. Now I see myself through different eyes. It's no surprise. Being alone would make you realize when it's over. Only love is there. I should have been there. I should have been there. I should have. All at once.
I want to say special good night to Crystal and George all the way in Central.
But it doesn't mean anything now that you're gone from afar. Seems I had it all, but it doesn't mean anything.
Pleasant good night, you're listening to the shit 919 FM.
Good night.
Good night, my dear.
Hi, how are you all?
We good, we good.
Alright.
This is Corel, alright. How things, Corel?
Cool for the hour.
I want to know why your dad important and he's the best dad in the world.
My father is the best dad because he never left. He's always been around for every need, everyone that we ever asked and needed. So he is the best dad because he's always kept by our side. He's always been here for us, every one of us.
Nice, man. Nice,
And he
nice.
taught us the most important thing in this world is to love one another and to be close.
True, man. True. True.
So,
Alright, so you still locked on. You never know. You can be that lucky person, one out of the two. So keep it locked. Yeah, man.
okay. Alright.
I know that I shouldn't have had you waiting at all. I've been so busy, but I've been thinking about what I wanna do with you. I know them other guys, they've been talking about the way I do what I do.
So the calls have started coming in.
Good, they wanna see if it's true. They know you're the
Never know you could win that
give it to
free pedicure and manicure by Petty by Rissy for your dad. Because Father's Day is coming this week. We are fed up of those ties and those socks.
I've been waiting
You had enough of that.
to move.
It's selling cheap, man. Come on.
Tell me if you like it. Tell me if you like it now. I've been waiting. Think I'm gonna make that move now. Baby, tell me how you like it. I was waiting for you to tell me you were ready. I know what to do if only you would let me. As long as you're cool with it, I'll treat you right. Here is where you wanna be. I know them other guys, they've been talking about the way I do what I do. They heard I was good, they wanna see if it's true. They know you're the one I wanna give it to. I can see you want me too. And now it's me. Oh nah nah, what's my name? 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 What's my name? What's my name?
Yeah, I heard you good with them soft lips. Yeah, you know word of mouth. The square root of 69 is 8 something, right? Cause I've been trying to work it out. Good. White wine, I come alive in the nighttime. Yeah, okay, away we go. Only thing we have on is the radio. Oh, let it play. Say you gotta leave, but I know you wanna stay. You just waiting on the traffic jam to finish, girl. The things that we can do in 20 minutes, girl. Say my name, wear it out. It's getting hot, crack a window, air it out. I can get you through a mighty long day. Soon as you go, the text that I write is gonna say.
Everybody knows how to work my body, knows how to make me want it. But boy, you stay up on it. You got the something that keeps me so off balance. Baby, you're a challenge. Let's explore your talent. Hey boy, I really wanna see if you can go downtown with a girl like me. Hey boy, I really wanna be with you. Was it just my type? Oh nah 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 nah. I need a boy to
pushing all on me. Giving everything, you're giving everything tonight. And if you thought you could get away from me and get away from me, girl, just take it.
Pleasant good night, you're listening to the Sheet 919 FM.
Yeah, you see the hook?
Yeah, man, what going on?
Everything level, my brother. I never call a station in my life.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
So I want to know you're calling for the giveaway.
I call him for the giveaway.
So I want to hear why your dad is the best thing in the world, and tell me something about your dad, you know, that stands out.
Well, boy, to be honest with you, my dad not here with me right now, you know, he has passed on, but my dad has always been that person to nurture me from foundation, you know, and bring me to the man who I am today, you know, so I always thankful for the love that, you know, he provided for me and the stability in the home. You know, so that's one of the kudos that I would give to my dad, you know, in that spiritual and foundation for me to where I am today.
Okay. So tell me one of the memories that you had with your dad, even if it's a little licks you get, you know, if it's a little...
Boy, to be honest with you, I never really get licks from my dad, you know. He's always make sure that, you know, I think to eat, make sure and, you know, make that famous milk he was always known for. It's like a special kind of milk, boy. Every single day, you know, what I look forward to.
So you're a punch man,
I never really get from good.
Yeah, man, you know, it's about that weekend, you know, we need to appreciate and show you.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we must shout out all the fathers out there, you know, who doing the thing.
Because at the end of the day,
sure they provide for the children and provide that love and, you know.
Yeah, so keep it locked. You never know. You could be one of the lucky two to get a voucher, you know. You never know. You could get a phone call, you know. So keep it locked to the Sheet 919.
We should be able to call in, more. Let's call in.
Yeah.
Tonight they will call in. All right.
Tell her what the young boy gon' do. Damn them chicks with you, gotta be your king. Stay pretty thick with a kick that's sick, that need to be.
Sheet 919 FM. Hello, good night.
Hello, good night.
Yeah, good night.
Good night.
Come on.
This is our first time caller.
Yeah, welcome.
I've been listening continuously. This radio don't move from 91.9.
Nice one, nice. Selling yourself good. You understand? So tell me some, you know, what makes you think and believe and know that your dad is the best dad in the world. That you could win this free manicure and pedicure this coming Father's Day, you know? Tell me something.
Okay, well, all right. Well, as a little boy growing up, my father had like 11 children.
Wow.
We was never rich in the sense as material things, you know. My father never had that time to, you know, like nowadays parents will spend that amount of time with the children and go to watch them come in the schoolyard to see SCA and things finish. My father never had that kind of time because my father always had to make sure he working to make ends meet now, you know.
Yeah.
And, you know, but one thing I know for sure is that the love was always there. You know, it was one day my father had free for himself, and that was a Sunday.
Okay.
And that Sunday was a church day. You know? That Sunday was a church day.
Nice,
you know?
Man.
So, you know, he getting on in age now. He's about 80 years now, you know, he getting on in age.
It's a privilege to still have him, you know, cherish him while he is here. You know,
yeah, for real. You know?
Because I seen.
And, you know, I remember one thing, you know, I used to get elixir because I was a little miserable.
Yeah.
But I remember one time I thought I like elixir my father, boy.
Wow.
I really thought that I was going to get elixir. You know, it's a dirty river down my way, boy. School finish and rain falling. We had like hurricane warnings. And we gone down by the savannah playing my football in that rain, you know, skate tackling in the rain. And we decided that we going by that river and bathe. The river running over on the road, bank to bank. Standing up on the bridge and diving off. But, you know, and a man say, my father name is Lam, so he just say Mr. Lam. So a man say, hey, boy, look, Mr. Lam coming there, boy. But yeah, man, I'm frightened, I'm shaking. Father come, right, you say ride a Coco Benz, eh? So, father ride down by the river, he watch me. He say, Ansel, you bathing there? I say, yes, daddy. Well, I'm frightened, eh? He say, you could bathe there? I say, yes, daddy. He say, you could swim there? I say, yes, daddy. He say, well, you diving from this bridge? I say, yes, daddy. Well, now self I will find because my father does hardly talking. He said, dive, let me see. Well, here now, man, with that, I dive up that bridge follow.
Wow.
And when I come up, and about quarter mile down the river, I come up, brother. You watch me, and you shake your head, and you just right back up the other bends. But yeah, I definitely made out to the darkness. Never get licks. So, you know, but
well, I would say it's nice, man. So I want you to just keep it locked. You never know, you could be one out of the two. Could walk with it. And I know you're a loyal listener, so keep it locked. Between now and 9 o'clock, you'll see who win. Right?
Yeah, man, I listen all the time.
Loving you.
When Jesus turning me on, the hottest thing that's in these streets, so baby, won't you rock me? Is your man on the wall? If he ain't, let me know. Yeah. Run it, girl, indeed I can run it. Is your man on the wall? If he ain't, let me know. Let me see if you can run it. Girl, indeed I can run it. Get a little VI, keep it down on the low key. She know how it feel. I saw the shorty, she was checking up on me. From the game, she was sitting in my ear. You would think that she knew me. Decided to cheat. Conversation got heavy. She had me feeling like she's ready to blow. Watch out! She's saying, come get me, come get me. So I got up and followed her to the floor. She said, baby, let's go. When I told her, I said, yeah. Shawty got down to come and get me. I got so caught up that she told me. Cause in my girl, you be the best of me. Next thing I knew, she was all up on me screaming. She's all up in my head now. Got me thinking that it might be a good idea to take her with me. She's ready to leave. Well, let's go. And I gotta keep it real now. Cause I'm the 1 to 10, she's a certified 20. But that just ain't me. Hey, cause I don't love to take that chance. She swears it's gonna leave. But what I do love is the way she dance. Make Shawty alright with me. The way she I'm like, yeah, just work that out for me. She asked for one more dance, and I'm like, yeah, how the hell am I supposed to leave? And I said, yeah, Shawty got down to come and get me. I got so caught up, I got you told me. Having my girl, you could be the best of me. Next thing I knew, she was all up on me screaming.
outfits ridiculous. In the club looking so conspicuous. And wow, these women all on the prowl. If you hold the head steady, I'ma milk the cow. Don't forget about game, I'ma spit the truth. I won't stop till I get them in their birthday suit. So give me the rhythm and it'll be off when they close. Then bend over to the front and touch your toes. I left the jag and I took the rolls. If they ain't nothing, then I put them on foot patrol. How you like me now when my piggy's valued over 300,000? Let's drink, you the one to please. Ludacris fill cups like double D. Me and Ursh once more when we leave them dead. We want a lady in the street, but a freak in the bed that say,
Shawty got down, come and get me. I got so caught up, forgot she told me. Cause in my girl, she be the best of me. Next thing I knew, she was all up on me screaming.
Take that and rewind it back. Lil Jon got the beat to make your booty go. Take that, rewind it back. Ursher got the voice to make your booty go. Take that, rewind it back. Ludacris got the flow to make your booty go. Take that, rewind it back. Lil Jon got the time.
So I have some new music to jump on you guys right now. A new selection coming on from Prince George, the son of Iwer George. It's called Bad Man Anthem. Get familiar.
You see my family, me I protect them. You see my friend them, man I respect them.
It's Father's Day weekend, people. Get familiar to this one from Prince George.
They don't keep bad mind, they better do this. They men fierce mind, we never progress. If anybody violate them, I forget best. If anybody violate them, I forget best. Prince George.
This is Bad Man Anthem from Prince George, people. Get familiar.
Bad mind. You see my family, me I protect them. You see my friend them, man I respect them. If anybody violate them, I forget best. If anybody violate them, I forget best. They don't keep bad mind, they better do this. They men fierce mind, we never progress. If anybody violate them, I forget best. If anybody violate them, I forget best. Them boy bad mind, them I try fight. Man I gossip everywhere, I just the style of them interest. Yet we still win, yet we
listen to this one, people. This coming from Prince George, the son of Iwer George. New release, new release.
Yet we still win, yet we still win. We don't have no time to take on with our time, I know time. My life is all I have. I don't know why them bring me down. Tell me no why them bring me down. Why them bring me down. But I know step to bad mind. Music is all I have. Lord, with that tune, run it again.
New release, just hot off the press, people. Get familiar to this Bad Man Anthem by Prince George, the son of Iwer George.
Bad boy.
Get familiar.
You see my family, me I protect them. You see my friend them, man I respect them. If anybody violate them, I forget best. If anybody violate them, I forget best. They don't keep bad mind, they better do this. They men fierce mind, we never progress. If anybody violate them, I forget best. If anybody violate them, I forget best. Them boy bad mind, them I try fight. Man I gossip everywhere, I just the style of them interest. Yet we still win, yet we still win. We don't have no time to take on with our time, boy long time. Man I on the climb, hustle for the dime. Man I gossip everywhere, I just the style of them interest. Yet we still win, yet we still win. We don't have no time to take on with our time, boy no time. My life is all I have. I don't know why them bring me down. Tell me no why them bring me down. Why them bring me down. But I know step to bad mind. Music is all I have. I don't know why them bring me down. Tell me no why them bring me down. Why them bring me down. Why them bring me down. Soon as I rise up, them boy alive them. Them boy catch with me analyze them. They don't allow me, cause me not big friend. Cause man I real, some boy just pretend. You cannot move me like a mountain. Just hold my head up, the more it hurt them. Can't take some blessing, the more it flowing. Can't stop me from winning. Long time, them boy bad mind, them I try fight. Man I gossip everywhere, I just the style of them interest. Yet we still win, yet we still win.
Get familiar to this people, Bad Man Anthem from Prince George.
Man I gossip everywhere, I just the style of them interest. Yet we still win, yet we still win. Win, 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 win.
Bad Man Anthem, people, get familiar.
Prince George. Bad boy. You see my family, me I protect them. You see my friend them, man, I respect them. If anybody violate them, I forget this. If anybody violate them, I forget this. They don't keep bad mind, they better notice. They meant for us mind, we never progress. If anybody violate them, I forget.
New release, people, new release.
Forget this. Time them boy bad mind, them a try fight. Man, I gossip everywhere, that's just the style of them interest. Yet we still win, yet we still win. We don't have no time to take on, it's our time, boy, look.
This is Prince George, son of Iwer George.
Man, I gossip everywhere, that's just the style of them interest. Yet we still win, yet we still win. We don't have no time to take on, it's our time, boy, no time. My life is all I have. I don't know why them bring me down. Tell me no why them bring me down. Why them bring me down.
Big up yourself, Balak.
Them too bad mind. Music is all I have. I don't know why them bring me down. Tell me no why them bring me down.
This is Bad Mind Anthem.
Soon as I rise up, them boy alive them. Them boy can trick me analyze them. They don't allow me, cause me not beg friend. Cause man I realize some boy just pretend. You cannot move me like I'm monkey. Just hold my head up, the more it hurt them. Can't test me blessing, the more it flowing. Can't stop revamping. Long time them boy bad mind, them a try hide. Man I gossip everywhere.
So get familiar to this one, you know.
We still win, yet we still win. We don't
a good friend that, you know, Prince George.
Long time man I on the grind. Hustle for the life, man I gossip everywhere. That's just the style of them interest. Yet we still win, yet we still win. Win. My life is all I have. I don't know why them bring me down. Tell me no.
My life is all I have.
Bring me down with Janos, them too bad mind. Music is all I have. I don't know why them bring me down. Tell me no why them bring me down. Why them bring me down. Why them bring me down. Well, you see my family, me I protect them. You see my friend them, man.
Trust me, as fathers, we need to protect our families, our children, our wives. If nobody not protect them, who you want to protect them? So that was Prince George, a new release by him and called Bad Mind and Rhythm. Bad Mind Anthem, that is. So we're gonna change it up a bit and give you a little reggae music, you know, some easy rubber up thing on a Monday night scene. Don't matter how rough and tough the Gideon get, gotta hold your corner and stand firm, people. Easy scanting on a Monday. So in my company tonight, I got two officers that is from the intelligence task force who has been doing their thing over the COVID-19 epidemic time here in Trinidad and Tobago, and together they came and they produced a song called Vaccine. They're here with me tonight, just passing through doing their daily duties, you know. But my good friend is one of the two officers, Big Panther, the little son of the man himself, the Panther Lord. Pink Panther, that is Blue Panther. Get familiar, let the people them know something, let the people hear, you know. Me how the song come about, how this happen, you know. Although I see it be on the tape, I want to hear it here because right now you're on the stage, you know. I was stage, you know. Never know, this can be the real self, you know. End up on the stage, you know. It's Monday, the thing that's kick off from a Thursday, but you never know. So, Pink Panther, introduce yourself and people get familiar, you know.
Pleasant good night to the nation. This is Blue Panther alongside Josel. Well, we are police officers and we came together to do a song entitled The Vaccine. And the song came about as it relates to the blame game. Everybody want to blame one another and not studying the contribution that they need to make an impact in society. So, together with my good comrade, my good friend, we will have come together. This song was written in 2017, and bring it back now with my colleague here. And I hope that the nation will understand that this song is really, we could search all over the world for the vaccine, for the cure for COVID, and then tomorrow, please the Lord, we will still have the problems. But we need to understand is we are all in this together, and we have to work together to bring about a solution. So this is the reason behind the song. So I will let my brother share some views on the concept of the song as well.
Yeah, pleasant night everybody. Well, basically, as I mentioned before, previously, but for the persons who hearing for the first time, the song was originated in 2017 by my colleague and it became dormant. However, coming together, while working together at the ITF, he would have heard me doing a little music and so forth, and he'd have brought it to me and tell me, let's do a collaboration and so forth, and we would have completed the track, and this is the end result that we get. Having finished write the song together and produce the song, and now this is what we have.
Nice one.
So tell me something. I know Panther following you long time, you're doing your thing, you know what I mean? And you're always knocking on the door, and we just talk personal one-on-one.
Yeah.
And I know you know it's a struggle.
For real.
Because the other night you called me and you said Duke, boy, thanks for what you're doing for me because X1Z. We ain't gonna go into
Yeah. But it's true.
You know, but we know the struggle real. We know how dread it is out there, but as I say, it's a good song, and as two officers, always stand out first. To protect and serve is the motto that all you live by, at the end of the day, the citizens is who looking up at all you. And with this song, I see besides COVID, it could bring back that kind of love and that togetherness, because some people lost a little faith and a little belief in the police service, because I just say this not as a service personnel, but I always say this: we cannot be everywhere at each time that something happens. Each one had to look out for one another. So I applaud all you for this great collaboration. Not because I know you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're knocking on the door open, enter. You know what I mean? So Trinidad and Tobago, let's get familiar to Blue Panther and the comrade here. Jacel, he always get me in trouble with that when I'm like going to say Jacel. You know what I mean? So people get familiar. We go and listen now, they're going and bust it. We bust it here already, but they're getting it live right here on the Iwer stage.
Just alright. Let us join hands. Let us join hands. Together we aspire. Together we achieve, my children. Let us join hands. Let us join hands. Together we can work. Together we can fix the problem. Alright. No longer blame the Prime Minister or the Commissioner. I take your time and listen. We need to examine ourselves, be responsible and stop blame someone else. We need to live in love and unity, stand firm and defend our family. Too many guns affecting our country. Good gosh, oh Lord, please come and help me. Let us join hands. Let us join hands. Together we aspire. Together we achieve, my children. Let us join hands. Let us join hands. Together with DJ Duke, that will fix the problem. Alright. Let me tell you all the problems you face every day. You say it's gonna over when you tell yourself you're standing alone in a corner. Your blessings run it over. Believe in you and faith in me and fire for the enemy. I got the remedy. It's called opportunity. Loving every soul. All the way to Hatago. All the east, west, north and south. Stand up. Let us join hands. Let us join hands. Together we aspire. Together we achieve, my children. Come together now. Let us join hands. Let us join hands. We 91.9, you know we're going to fix, yes, the problem. Alright. All the doctors, all the nurses. Let us join hands. 91.9, everybody. Let us join hands. Thank you, our having way. Let us join hands. Let us join hands. Let us join hands.
Yes. Let us join hands. Yes. Let us join hands. Even all essential workers. Let us join hands. And that is our solution. Let us join hands. Let us join hands. Together we aspire. Together we achieve, my children. Let us join hands. Let us join hands. With 91.9, you know we're going to fix yes the problem. Alright.
Yes, man. I should say great. Lupanta well reach yourself or inside, you know, it's a good tune, it's a good thing, you know.
Yeah,
You
man,
just
yeah,
keep
man.
pushing, and I like how all your other comrades pushing it for you and thing all they do, you know.
Yeah.
All I get a star in the video, you know.
Oh God.
He called me Saturday later, no. Duke, take. I say, brother, ting, and we go organize, you know. But it's a love still, you know what I mean?
Same way.
It's a love, you know. Keep doing it, and as I always tell you, once you have music, you just send it for me, brother.
Yes, brother.
And I go do my best, because at the end of the day, each one will help one.
Yes.
Without I, you can't work, and without you, I can't work.
Same thing.
At the end of the day, we is one people under the sun, Trinbagonians. I'm gonna look out for each another, each and every one, because as I say this, look back from the 16th of March till now.
Yes.
Look at that space, and then look back from the 16th, go right back to Christmas. How the life was then, how the life was between the 16th and now. You must never, ever, ever forget. And as always, here, my next half say this: Jesus Christ, He forget, you know. He forgive we, but He never forget these. He hands with the destroy him on, you know. But Western philosophy, but still good to say. But keep it up.
Real talk.
Tell people how they could find all you know.
Well,
besides being on the station and working, you know.
Well, you could follow Blue Panther on Facebook. Also, Blue Panther on Instagram, Quincy Taylor. And basically, I just want to leave a message, with due respect, Duke, that this COVID could have been a massacre to Trinidad and Tobago, and yet still we overcome it. Not as yet.
Not yet.
But we do looking real good in the international status of things. But we have to understand we are all in this together. Trinidad and Tobago, we have to look out for we brothers, we have to look out for we sisters. And that's the only way we can get the solution and the cure. And that is what you call the vaccine.
Yeah, well, you can find me on Facebook at Justin Elegon, or you can get me on Instagram at JustL. We'll be there, and we'll be having a lot of upcoming music. So Duke, don't feel you get left out of the loop.
No.
There's some music coming again, and you'll definitely be in the next video to come.
I had to,
Jerry, you are all too.
I had to be in the loop because when my brother done cut his tune and he done do his thing. Duke, this happening. Send it now, brother. Send it.
Now we leaving on here.
And it's not because I on this station, but if you really look around, from the smallest to the biggest artist could touch your stage, you know. From the smallest to the biggest.
Well, that's appreciated, man, because you know at the end of the day, as they say, we need you and you need us. And it's only one way we could get it done.
We had to say respect to my beautiful wife, to my family, who have been giving us the support. And also, I want to shout out to our officers at the Interagency Task Force who locked in and listening. We want to say thanks for all the support. Soap Bureau, Inspector Matas, the Sergeant, Lucas, Rez, Reed, everybody who given us the support from day one.
Yeah, well, I must say thanks to Superintendent Alexander as well, who have given us a big forward and follow. Up to now, he would still be behind us as to what's going on, what's coming with the upcoming projects.
That's the big boss, Marlon.
So, I mean, there's a lot of love. There's a lot of love coming from the families and thing. A lot of love from the service itself.
Yeah.
Persons, friends, strangers, everybody. We get any love. We appreciate it. And everybody keep asking, so when we get our next song, when we get our next positive message. So we just to not keep you all out of the loop. By this weekend, we will have a new release again. And
I will bust it first.
That is not a problem. That's not a problem.
Yeah, man.
Right?
Yes, and so thanks again.
Yeah, thanks for having us, man.
For passing through, you know, time short, but we go do it again and we'll keep doing it again. Till I had a book appointment, take you all later.
Never.
Tell you something. One thing my queen always teach me, never buy the hand that free there.
Never.
And
Duke, we go way back too, man. When we was governing the hills, man. We go way back. All right, my brother.
So it was nice, you know, Panther. Always a privilege to link up with you besides music because reason and thing, you know, that way it is all about. I mean, might be from two different services, but the end of the day, we come together to achieve one goal, which is to keep the people safe, keep the country safe, and make sure everything good. So may all reach home safe. And only have a blessed one. I remember I busting the tune first this weekend, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, my brother.
Respect,
right?
brothers, man.
So
Thanks,
love in the
man.
house. Yeah, man.
Love in the house. Thanks for having us, man.
Whoa. Blue Panther.
Cheerleaders.
Yeah, just say I like. Let's try. Together we aspire. Together we achieve my children. Come together now. Let us join hands. Let us.
So that was Jessel and Blue Panther, the son of Pink Panther, with Vaccine. As they just grace the stage on Iowa stage right here on the street 919 FM Marava Road, Port of Spain, Trinidad. So if you're streaming on YouTube on Iwer TV, you can see Jessel. He's just having a good time. He's taking out a lot of pictures there.
We need to live in love and unity. Stand firm and defend our family. Too many guns.
Get familiar, Trinidad and Tobago.
Oh Lord, please come and help me. Let us join hands. Let us join hands. Together we aspire. Together we achieve my children. Come together now. Let us join hands. Let us join hands. Together we can work. Together we can fix the problem. Come together now. Let me tell them all the problems you face every day. Yeah. You say it's gonna over when you tell yourself you're standing alone in a corner. God bless it when it's over. Believe in you and faith in me and fire for the enemy. I got the remedy. It's called out unity. Love in every soul. Tata go. East, west, north and south. Stand up, let me roll. Let us join hands. Let us join hands. Together we aspire. Together we achieve my children. Come together now. Let us join hands. Let us join hands. Together we can work. Together we can fix the problem. Come together now. All the doctors, all the nurses. Let us join hands. All the police, all the army. Let us join hands. All the leaders and the gangsters. Let us join hands. Let us join hands. Let us join hands. All the real hustlers. Let us join hands. What about the taxi drivers? Let us join hands. Even all essential workers. Let us join hands. And that is our solution. Let us join hands. Let us join hands. Together we aspire. Together we achieve my children. Come together now. Let us join hands. Let us join hands. Together we can work. Together we can fix the problem. So if you're looking for me in a reggae party, me the the corner. Me have a drink in a me left and a me right and have a spliff of marijuana. And when the bassline jumping on the rhythm, I feel wind up on a dance. Me just a wine to the rhythm and later you do what coming after. I tell you what, I don't know about you, but I can only live my life one way. All I wanna do every day is I just wanna smoke, drink, and love my girl to some reggae. I call her on the phone, tell her I'm coming up, so get ready. I got some weed and a bottle of booze. All I wanna do is smoke, drink, and love my girl to some reggae. It's been a long day
mission from California. And when me reach, me touchdown, you know it hot like a sauna. And the taxi driver want to talk me like me no know about choir. So when me reach me yard and me girl can say what takes so long, yeah. Yeah, I tell you what, I don't know about you, but I can only live my life one way.
So I'm gonna shout out Jessel and Blue Panther for passing through right here on the shit 919 FM with their rendition of Vaccine. It's blazing the trail these days. So at 8:45, I'm gonna say who's the winner of the manicure and pedicure for Father's Day by Petty by Reese. Say music on a beautiful Monday night right here, Marvel Road, shit 919 FM. People, listen, get familiar.
I got a big bright smile, but my days are dark. Hungry till I can barely walk. Oh, don't watch the look on my face. No, don't have no food and my cupboard's dry. Only God knows how I get by. Oh, don't watch the look on my face. No, she's the sweetest thing that you've ever seen. Selling her body wasn't in her dreams. No, don't watch the look on her face. No, because we have a pleasant look. If you don't know the story, don't judge the book. Please don't watch the look on my face. No, even though I smile now, it is only for a while. Tears can fill the river Nile, but I sweep my troubles underneath my pride. Yes, I'm gonna smile now, though it's only for.
No matter how hard and rough and tough the place is, I'm gonna keep smiling. Yo, Jerry, squeeze it and give me a next one.
Out comes the sun, shining on my face again. Get me high so I can meditate. Oh, dreams of brighter days.
Gotta shout out my good friend Shin Shin Boss in Belmont. Always locked on and listening. How things, Shin Shin?
Dreams of brighter days.
Always dream for brighter days because you know what, Jerry, squeeze it and give them a next.
Talk about love. Talk about truth.
Yo, you don't know, so you're listening to MC Duke and all evil get rebuked. Yo, keep it locked. Well, I don't know, I select my Jerry and play another baddest thing, boy.
Stick to my guns. Believe it when I see it, baby. It's just me, girl. You don't understand, oh girl. The full intent of my plan. But baby, I wanna be your sole provider. And baby, I wanna stay that way for the long.
Shout out to my good friend Selwyn Edwards, locked on and listening.
Your sole provider.
Yeah. Them know when them play this tune inside of me, I get on real bad, you know. This is Richie Spicer. This is Just So Fat.
Yes. When Jack come from Boss Rock with his garment tipped in blood.
So some people say on a Sunday they're going to get enough of the reggae rock. But you know what? I'm going to give you a little extra thing tonight, eh?
from Bosrock with his garment tipped in blood. Said it I go red hot down in Jehoshaphat. Yes, it I go red hot down in Jehoshaphat. When Jack come from Jerusalem with his garment tipped in blood, said it I go red hot down in a Babylon. Yes, it I go red hot down in a Babylon. We they treat the poor, I try to treat every fruit before they open out the door. Can't understand how they treat the poor. Yeah. When Jack were born in a stable, a saddle grass, a little hay lazy.
Shout out my good friend Virtuous Rosie, Pelican Extension, Mova, you know.
When Jack come from Bosrock with his garment tipped in blood, yes, it I go red hot down in Jehoshaphat. Oh, it I go red hot down in Jehoshaphat. Woke up this morning, I saw an empty day. Where you was supposed to be, boy?
Yo, you're listening to MC Duke and you don't know same defend the truth. Yeah, man, Zion Star says so. Rastafari.
Bye bye, baby, bye bye. You know I love you and that's no lie. But I find myself another bonafide.
So in the next 3 minutes, I'll be saying who won the first of 2 prizes.
Never wanna shed a tear. But when I look upon the worst,
and if you didn't win tonight, you can call back on Thursday between hours of 9 p.m. to midnight.
And I discover my head and it rain and it rain. You took my sunshine. It's a blessing to see people.
Wow, wow. He goes by the name of John Melody. West Side Trinidad. And my artist that, you know.
It's a blessing to see people with their hands up to the sky still. But honestly, for the same people, life can't be so real. But I'm amazed by all your strength. I am, and I'm grateful you came through.
East side, west side, north side, south side. Tobago locked on also. Those of you on the nation's highways and byways, take your time. You're gonna get there.
I see what you're doing, I see what you're going through. I put my light in the air with you. It's you beautiful, 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 beautiful. I put your light in the air with us. Everybody singing together, singing your song. Your light is in the air for us. Beautiful, beautiful. Hey, brown skin. Girl, I wanna wrap you, wanna lock you in my arms and brown skin. Woman, I love the vibes, I love the spice, I love the passion you bring. Brown skin. Yes, I wanna wrap you, wanna lock you in my arms and a brown skin.
So the winner of the first prize of the manicure and pedicure by Petty by Rissy for Father's Day goes out to Corel Brown. Corel Brown has won the first of 2 prizes. You can call back on Thursday. Those of you who wasn't lucky tonight, you can call back on Thursday when I'm here between the hours of 9 to midnight. And you can fill that final spot So Coral Brown, you will be contacted shortly.
I love the spice, I love the passion you bring. Brown skin. Yes, I wanna wrap you, wanna lock you in my arms. A brown skin. Woman, I love the vibes, I love the spice, I love the passion you bring. And more, you're full attention, your love in every direction. In my songs, your name will be mentioned. I give you love and affection. I'm so glad that I made a woman. What a match, perfect combination. Multiply and bring forth a nation. I love you, baby, every day.
So remember, all you gotta do is call me when I'm here and tell me how much your dad means to you and how much you love him and why he's the most important person to you in the world. And you can win a manicure and pedicure for that dad, for that husband, for Father's Day. So Coral Brown has won the first of 2 prizes.
I wonder how you send your little youth go to school when every day you're there back corner a shopping cotton cool. See me every hour, every time when me pass. I for wonder if your eyes them my magnifying glass. See me now me can't look on me glass. Them dark me I for wonder if you aspire you are worth for your boss. And every day I tell me let her but thing me I for wonder if you cripple or you want something. Man off for me, man off for me.
As we creep our way to 9 p.m., we get ready for the Black Agenda with David Mohammed, the educated. Well, brother.
Just by the sweat of your brow, that's how you eat your bread. But I wonder them my plan, and I wonder them my mates. Give your basket for carry water from the well. See you with me shed and then they run down the tell. And I pay mix up in all them family. Can't find food for the community. Man, I looks up them woman. Come out for the gun, I go find something for the man. Man out for me, man out for me. I out for me, let's take you, I out for me. Take you, man out for me. Man out for me, I out for me, let's take you, I out for me.
Yes, I bless I. It's a beautiful Monday night in the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Yours truly, MC Duke and Selector Jerry. We have been here since 7. We're going till 9. So those of you on the nation's highways and byways, take your time. We're going to get there. Those of you at work, have a blessed night. And do the right thing.
Only them same old Babylon, trying to run things to wreck. But if you think that His Majesty's then better think twice. He would have never make them devilment mash down paradise. When there's a whole barrage of righteous human out there, and we ain't giving up no way. There's a whole barrage of righteous human in town, and we ain't going down. No, we never gonna stop. No way. When I tell you that the time is getting serious, just because I wanna put my people on alert. Just them same old Babylon acting furious, and I don't wanna see the little youths them getting hurt. Now if you think that His Majesty's sleeping, then you better think twice. 'Cause He would have never make them Babylon mash up cyanide. When there's a whole barrage of righteous human.
Let Jah be praised while I pray for my blessings to rise. Belly full but they're starving. Have a lot and still wanting. Jah, without you we're empty. Fill us up with your mercy. The belly full but they're starving. Have a lot and still wanting. Jah, without you we're empty. Fill us up with your mercy. Man shall not live by bread alone, by the words that proceeded from Jah. Man shall not live by bread alone, and I know, but by the words that proceeded from Jah. The belly full but they're starving, have a lot and still wanting. Jah, without you we're empty. Fill us up with your mercy. Never leave us all alone. Can't you see the way is dark, and we can make it on our own? I'm kind of happy but I'm mourning. They're looking on but not seeing. They're born with sight and lacking vision. Oh Lord, I pray for their salvation. Belly full but they're starving, have a lot and still wanting. Jah, without you we're empty. Fill us up with your mercy. Belly full but they're starving, have a lot and still wanting. Jah, without you we're empty. Fill us up with your mercy.
Hey DJ, can you play that song?
So we've come to the end of another electrifying night. Right on the shit 919 FM. Yours truly, MC Duke and Selector Jerry. As we're about to make our exit, and as the educated, prolific David Marmot from the Black Agenda comes on, we always remember, together we aspire, together we achieve. Discipline, production, and tolerance. We are a great nation, a great people, Trinidad and Tobago. And always remember, COVID-19, coronavirus, they no joke, and it's still here. You gotta practice social distancing and good and proper hygiene. MC Duke, Selector Jerry, we out.
Since the very first time that I placed my eyes on you, just one touch from you, sweet lady, and my heart said it's for you. There is nothing fake about you, everything on you is real. Jaja took his time to form a queen, melanin so pure and clean, majestically so divine, my soul cannot deny. Diamonds or pearls are made of time, but my love for you can't lie. Baby girl, come right here up with me. Baby girl, right here up with me. Baby girl, come right here up with me. Baby girl, baby girl. You're the one that I adore. Don't you doubt me, 'cause I'm sure. In my heart I can't see no one else. No, no, no. Ain't no one can take your place. There is nothing fake about you, everything on you is real. Jaja took his time to form a queen, melanin so pure and clean, majestically so divine, my soul cannot deny. Diamonds or pearls are made of iron, but my love for you can't lie. Baby girl, come right here up with me. Baby girl, come right here up with me. Baby girl, come right here up with me. Baby girl, baby girl, come right here up with me. Right here up with me. Would you bring it up with me? Rock with me. Bring it up with me. Yeah. Come right here up with me. 'Cause there is nothing fake about you, everything on you is real. Jaja took his time to form a queen, melanin so pure and clean. Majestically so divine, my soul cannot deny. Diamonds or pearls are made of time, but my love for you can't lie. Come right here up with me. feast my eyes on you. Just one touch from you, sweet lady, and my heart said it's for you. There is nothing fake about you. Everything on you is real. Jaja took his time to form a queen. Melanin so pure and clean. Majestically so divine. My soul cannot deny. Diamonds or pearls I may not have, but my love for you can't lie. Baby girl, come reggae up with me. Baby girl, reggae up with me. Baby girl, come reggae up with me. Baby girl, baby girl. You're the one that I adore. Don't you doubt me, 'cause I'm sure. In my heart I can't see no one else. No, no, ain't no one can take your place. There is nothing fake about you. Everything on you is real. Jaja took his time to form a queen. Melanin so pure and clean. Majestically so divine. My soul cannot deny. Diamonds or pearls I may not have, but my love for you can't lie. Baby girl, come reggae rock with me. Baby girl, come reggae rock with me. Baby girl, come reggae rock with me. Baby girl, baby girl. Come reggae rock with me. Reggae rock with me. Would you reggae rock with me? Rock with me. Reggae rock with me. Yeah. Come reggae rock with me. 'Cause there is nothing fake about you. Everything on you is real. Jaja took his time to form a queen. Melanin so pure and clean. Majestically so divine. My soul cannot deny. Diamonds or pearls I may not have, but my love for you can't lie. Come reggae rock with me. Come rock with me. Come reggae rock with me. Come with me. Come reggae rock with me. Baby girl. Come reggae rock with me. Baby girl. Will you reggae rock with me? Baby girl. Baby girl. Baby girl. Baby girl. Baby girl. Na 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 na.
The truth must be recognized by the black man.
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, he wanted me to speak for all black people. Think for the whole and speak for the whole. Here's the way I want you to think. If we have 30 million people eating a slice of bread per meal, that's 90 million slices of bread per day. 630 million slices of bread per week. 37,760,000,000 slices of bread per year. How much land must we have under wheat cultivation to give our people their daily bread? Then he said, move on to milk. How much land must we have? How many cows must we own? How much grazing land must we have to give our people a glass of milk with every meal? How many sheep must we have? And how much grazing land must we have to give our people a lamb chop? I didn't say pork chop. Lamb chops. Ain't got to rob nobody. You gotta own the means of production. Then all your businesses will spring up. How much land must we have to give our people a requirement of spinach or broccoli or carrots, cauliflower, onions, garlic, string beans? All the things that help us to feed ourselves come from the land. How much land must we have? We've got to know just what it takes to feed an entire people. That means we are independent. We've taken our stomach away from our enemies. How much clay land must we have in order to make bricks, to start building houses? How much forest land must we have to cut down the trees and make wood to build homes? And we have to have land, and there is no compromising this.
Defending black women and black children and black babies and black men.
The truth must be recognized by the black man.
But the word economics comes from the Greek eikonomikos, but it has come to be defined as the science of production, distribution, and consumption of goods and services, or the material welfare of humanity. Now, a blueprint is something defined that acts as a plan, a model, or something providing guidance. An economic blueprint is exactly what we need. Doctor, you in the house? Lawyer, you in the house? Teacher, you in the house? Preacher, you in the house? Tell me something. If you don't eat well, how long will you practice law? If you don't eat well, you become the patient, doctor. So don't look down on a farmer, look up to a farmer, because today it will be us farming our own land, producing our own food that will save our lives. It hurts me to travel and see us so dependent on others for the basic necessities of life, when the richness of our land is there to produce all that we need. And then some.
Defending black women and black children and black babies and black men.
Now let me count it out. 1, 2, 3, 4.
The truth must be recognized by the black man.
We are an international people. Our brothers and sisters are all over the world desirous of doing business with us. But if we are not producing anything, we can't enter into trade and commerce with the nations of the earth. As the Honorable Elijah Muhammad wrote in Message to a Black Man, quote, as a people, we must become producers and not remain consumers and employees. We must be able to extract raw materials from the earth and manufacture them into something useful for ourselves. This would create jobs in production. We must remember that without land, there is no production. And the surplus of what we produce, we would sell. This would help develop a field of commerce and trade as other free and independent people whose population is less than that of ours, so-called Negroes. The truth must be recognized by the black man.
We're talking about revolution because that's the era that you're caught in. You're caught in a revolutionary era.
Defending black women and black children and black babies and black men.
The Honorable Elijah Muhammad outlined some basic principles. Number one, recognize the necessity for unity and group operation. Do you understand that if we can work together as a group in unity, we will be more successful, more powerful, more able to do the things that as individuals working by ourselves, we have never been able to do. Pool your resources physically as well as financially. Stop wanton criticism of everything that is black owned and operated. Keep in mind that jealousy destroys from within. Observe the operations of the white man. He is successful. He makes no excuses for his failures. He works hard in a collective manner. You do the same. Now, these are things that we must do. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad asked us to commit to save 5 cents a day. He said if we can save just 5 cents a day from our wages, 25 cents a week for 52 weeks in the year, that would mean we would put aside $13 a year that we could save in a national savings treasury. At that time that he wrote this, we numbered 22 million people and approximately 5 million were wage earners. Well, if 5 million wage earners save $13 a year, this would mean 65 million saved out of our wages in 1 year. At the rate of 25 cents per week, it would be painless. Today, brothers and sisters, don't you think we can do better than what we were asked to do 48 years ago? According to government statistics, there are a little over 16 million blacks employed at some level. Well, look what happens if we raise the economic bar and contribute the same nickel a day. The truth must be recognized by the black man.
Defending black women and black children and black babies and black men.
Greetings, listeners. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Most Merciful, I bear witness that there is but one God. Welcome to the Black Agenda here on the Street 919 FM. I am Brother David Muhammad. I'm going to be in studio with you up to 11 o'clock this evening. And in a short while from now, I will open up the telephone lines and take your calls on 342-0081 and 466-5391. Our landline is also open, where you can call 622-3303, and we're also on YouTube and Facebook. We have an interesting program lined up for you this evening. And I always look forward to your participation. And as always, All that I ask of you is that you think. Beloved family, this evening on the Black Agenda, the topic that we're addressing is Black Lives Matter, which is a conversation, a mantra, an ideology, a mission, a vision, an aim, a goal, an objective that we continue to promote and support and encourage and share. But on that backdrop, there is an elephant in the room type of conversation that we tend to somehow bypass from time to time. And this particular conversation is weaponized and thrown back at us. We have to be aware of the psychological mind wars that are very subtly incorporated in our education, in our culture, in the media, through entertainment, in political discourse, in general conversations. There are all of these subtle attempts to use against us certain truths about us that are unreasonably distorted for a specific mischievous purpose. And many times we don't pick it up, we let it pass, and worst of all, we even end up sometimes participating in this weaponization of ideas to break the spirit of the African community, to dispel the relevance of many of our collective causes. Putting Black Lives Matter aside for a second, look at reparations. Reparations for African people is the most justifiable form of compensation for any crime or offense that has ever been committed in all of human history. So in other words, if you cannot compensate African people for the enslavement that we went through, which is called the African Holocaust, then it's not even justifiable to compensate anyone for the loss of anything under any circumstances who was wronged whenever, wherever, why ever in the last 400 plus years. Because the worst, most brutal, most cruel, inhumane crimes against humanity ever committed in all of human history were committed against African people, and we still have this ongoing conversation about what kind of compensation should be given to African people. Meanwhile, while those discussions are going on, you have the world of consideration of different moments in history. The Jews receiving compensation from the Germans under Hitler, under the Nazi regime. The Japanese receiving reparations from the Americans for the bombing of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. You even have the Native Americans and other minority ethnic groups and foreign societies who have identified historical moments of grievous cases of obscene injustice that they have presented through legislation to the relevant authorities and are receiving some kind of attempted compensation for. Meanwhile, the worst ever of all of those cases, the African slave trade, is still in conversation mode. How is that possible? It is possible because they have injected all of these narratives in the education through the curriculum and the syllabus, that which we learn, that which we hear, recycle, repeat, and regurgitate from others who prepare our education for us. From irrational attempts to politicize white supremacy issues. Right now you have the taking down of the statues. Again, another example. So we put in a bookmark by reparations, but of course progress is being made. Don't ever doubt it, because remember, on March 11, 2014, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines at the CARICOM heads of government meeting, all 15 heads of the CARICOM states unanimously agreed that they will support a 10-point plan of action for reparations for African slavery, which were 1, full formal apology; 2, repatriation; 3, a cultural program; 4, indigenous peoples rehabilitation; 5, the public health crisis of African people; 6, 7, and 8, psychological rehabilitation, illiteracy eradication, and an African knowledge program; 9, debt cancellation; and 10, the transfer of technology. We've come a long way for all governments in CARICOM to unanimously agree to a program like that. But along the way, they have thrown so many missiles at us to try to hurt the intention and objective of what that reparations movement is about. Like this thing about, oh, black people sold other black people into slavery. Another weaponized, totally blown out of proportion, exaggerated, mischievously altered, minute piece of history that is, again, and I'm choosing my language so carefully, it is weaponized against black people. Another issue with the removal of the statues that is taking place, and really the Black Lives Matter movement in the United Kingdom has really taken the lead in this one. So on June the 7th, they removed the statue of Edward Colston, a British member of Parliament and slave trader who was a member of the Royal Africa Trading Company, which Dr. Eric Williams in Capitalism and Slavery wrote about. That this slave trading company, according to Dr. Eric Williams, the first Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, and really one of the first scholars and historians to write a dissertation on slavery, Dr. Eric Williams wrote of this company that Edward Colston was a part of, saying that they were incorporated as a business in the year 1663 for 1,000 years, which means that they had a long-range vision to be trading African people as slaves up to the year 2663. We are currently in the year 2020, which means if they had it their way, we would have had at least 643 years of slavery left. But of course, it was the resistance, the rebellion, the uprising, and the opposition of the enslaved Africans. And then, of course, they credit the Quakers, William Wilberforce, and those abolitionists. But looking at that, so Edward Colston, during his time participating in the Royal Africa Company, trafficked 84,000 Africans. And of those 84,000 Africans that Edward Colston, as a business partner, trafficked, 19,000 of them died during the Middle Passage between Africa and the Western world, in particular the Caribbean. 19,000 people. So the people took down the statue of Edward Colston. 2 days later, the local government authorities in London took a decision to remove the statue of Robert Milligan. Milligan, another slave trader, in his plantation in Jamaica, owned 526 slaves. And at every moment along the way of the African slave trade, they were having conversations about their loss of stock. Meaning that because there was an inordinately high mortality rate of Africans being kidnapped in Africa and ending up dead before they get to the Caribbean or America, there was never any consideration of the value of black life, but there were calculations on the loss of their financial profits as a result of the poor conditions on the slave ships. So they took decisions to introduce more humane measures, not because they care about black people, but because they were losing money from the amount of us that were dying. All right. So they're now saying, but you can't be taking down these statues. Christopher Columbus, same thing. Christopher Columbus was like an architect of a new version of genocide that the world had not even seen yet. And the traveling Catholic priest Bartholomew de las Casas in his diaries would write about the atrocities of Columbus and his crew, murdering children, killing Amerindians as sport and games to test the sharpness of their swords, cutting off the hands of those workers who did not collect enough gold dust, rape, torture, crimes against humanity. And now you have a statue of him up. Now, think on this, beloved. Think on this. We are keeping track with our topic. I'm simply laying a foundation. And of course, we're looking at, but what about the black on black killings while we say Black Lives Matter, which we continue to uphold, but we have to have this conversation. So with the issue with the statues now, we say, but if there was a statue of Hitler and some Jewish people took it down, there's no way on earth any of those people who are complaining about black people pulling down statues would even dream about condemning the Jews for removing a statue of Hitler. But guess what? I am willing to put my head on a block that there are no statues of Hitler anywhere on planet Earth. And if there were, they would be removed so swiftly, without question nor opposition. So imagine, and again, think. Imagine someone, and let me say, pardon me in advance for the abrasiveness of this analogy. But if someone were to kill your father and rape your mother, and then the information and evidence is taken to the police, and there is no doubt nor contention against the fact that these crimes were committed by this individual, and then you go to the law enforcement authorities and question them on the progress of the case. And they inform you, well, we're working on it, and we will make an announcement soon. And then, when the time finally comes for the authorities to make an announcement about this criminal who killed your father and raped your mother, and you're expecting to hear the death penalty, execution, hanging, electric chair, you're waiting to hear what the verdict is for this committer of mass murder, genocide. And then the police make an announcement. This person who killed your father, raped your mother, we will be building a statue in honor of them, and this monument will represent our appreciation of the good things that they did. Because that same person who committed those atrocities against your family actually donated some money to cancer research and to education, and he gave out some charity. So he did a lot for our community while he killed people in your community. So we will be honoring him with a statue. Now you would just be there in absolute total shock. I'll say, but this man killed my family and you're honoring him with a statue? But imagine if it wasn't just your family that he killed. Imagine if everyone that you know from your community, from your family, from your bloodline, every single relative that you have and every single relative of the relatives that you have, that he committed these atrocities against all of their families too, and they still built a statue against him, for him. See, that is the situation that black people are in when it comes to our issue with a lot of these statues. Yeah, a lot of them are heroes to white people, but they're murderers to us. They're rapists to us. They're enslavers to us. They committed genocide against us, and they never repented. Their societies never condemned them for it. And so now a movement has begun. But how is it that the Jewish people can so easily remove any trace of any positive memory of Hitler internationally, but we are still struggling about a statue of someone who committed mass genocide against us for compensation for the most evil crimes against humanity, slavery against African people? We are still like at the foot of an enemy trying to convince him of the wrong that he did. And my point is that a major reason for this is the psychological warfare, the weaponization of certain chapters of history and the way that they are repackaged as moral ideas and used against us to attempt to defeat our collective causes. This is why I say we support Black Lives Matter. Now, some of us, again, beloved, listen. This psychological warfare against us is so deep that many of us are programmed to, as soon as we hear any effort that is black, we gravitate towards criticism of it. So there are many black people, they hear Black Lives Matter, and then they start to find something negative. Say, oh, but you know, when that group was founded, there were these people and they had this mission and they were about this. And you know what you don't know? Here, let me tell you something that you might not know. And it's always something negative upon something negative upon something else that's negative. And it's a poison that someone else injected in us, but that we are circulating among one another. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad, in Message to the Black Man, in identifying steps towards success for the black community, said that we must stop this persistent, wanton criticism of everything that is black owned and black produced. Because every time we have efforts among black people within our community, many of which we're starting from the ground to try to establish something positive and progressive, we ourselves contribute in the bad mouthing and crippling of whatever we're collectively trying to achieve, and we have the crabs in the barrel mentality, where one gets to the top, another one pulls him back down, and another gets to the top, and another one pulls him back down. And part of the Willie Lynch syndrome of psychology that has been injected into the mind of the black man after slavery with the intentions of those who registered and incorporated businesses of trading African people for 1,000 years. They could have never had that kind of long-term plan unless they also had a system of miseducation that would accompany the bondage and justify the chaining of us up collectively as cattle and the buying and selling of us. They had to have some kind of educational process to convince the African that he was worthy to be in chains, that his place was to be a slave, that he deserves to be kidnapped and captured and brought across to the Western Hemisphere. And that same psychology, which is the slave psychology that makes an African or a black man think that he's a nigger or a Negro, was now taken after slavery and put in the school books. So now you don't even have to be directly or deliberately miseducated by a slave master or a colonizer. Once you go to the school system of post-colonialism under white supremacy, you learn it naturally. And as I've said so many times when they ask me, Brother David Muhammad, how could you have a program called The Black Agenda? How would you feel if someone were to have a program called The White Agenda? First of all, I would not care because I'm not interested in their business. I'm interested in my own business. But secondly, there already has been a program called The White Agenda. It is the Westminster system. It is the American congressional system of politics that defined black people as 3/5 of a human being. It is all those governments of places like Spain and Portugal and Holland that in their constitutions justified the buying and selling and trafficking of African people. It's in their movies and films and television shows and textbooks when they show images of black people and images of Africa savage, backward, barbaric, ignorant, illiterate, and living in jungles with bare-breasted women breastfeeding babies under trees with skirts made of grass, with flies buzzing all around them. All of that has been the white agenda. And you're complaining about one radio program on the airwaves talking about black history, black economics, black psychology, black sociology. And you have a problem when we teach the truth about the prophets that we all saw white pictures of. And now we're coming into the anthropological, geological, geographical, biological, genetic, and historical truth that Jesus was an African, Moses was an African, Abraham was an African, Noah was an African, and all of those prophets of the past that lived in Africa, that were all black people, that they hid from you. That was the white agenda. But, beloved, this is the black agenda. And the black agenda is based on truth, freedom, justice, and equality under the teachings of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. As I'm trained as a student to absorb that consciousness like a sponge and let it out before these microphones. Now, beloved, and I have to keep track of the time. Black Lives Matter, but what about the black on black killings? And this is why I say to us, those of us listening on social media through Facebook, on my page, facebook.com/Black Agenda Project, share this with someone now, because we're about to break this down. We're about to piece this apart. We're about to crack it open, look inside at what the components are, and then understand. So share this with someone that you love. Share this. Beloved family, I want to, for a moment, talk about Trinidad and the Caribbean in general. Because all of us have been touched by the global protests, demonstrations, calling for justice for George Floyd in the United States. There's not one of us who are conscious in the Caribbean who are not aligning ourselves with the call for justice for our brothers. But I say to us, in Trinidad and Tobago, how is it, and across the Caribbean, that we feel the shared sensitivity over the unjustifiable extrajudicial racist execution of George Floyd. But if the exact same thing were to happen in a Caribbean society, we don't relate in the same way. Couple days ago, after George Floyd, another black man in America was killed by white police officers. His name was Rayshard Brooks. He was asleep in his car that he worked hard to buy. The police knock on his glass, question him, tells him, well, you can't park here. He goes down, parks in another spot. Then they continue harassing him. Now he ends up dead. And really, now, with people still being in demonstration mode over the slaying of George Floyd, who had his neck knelt upon for almost 9 minutes until he declared multiple times that he could not breathe. He was killed in cold blood in slow motion. When any of those seconds that passed, that devil who had his knee on George Floyd's neck could have lifted it. But what I'm raising here right now is the fact that if that same thing were to happen in Trinidad or Jamaica or Guyana or Barbados, would we have had the same reaction? There was a brother over the last few days by the name of Billy Toussaint, who was killed by the police in Trinidad, in Maraval. And again, when we hear these things, we tend to skirt so quickly past it, ignore it, and we think we African people allow the narratives of other racist minds to infect our thinking about ourselves and our own family. And then we adopt and internalize the hatred that they have for us. We claim it, intake it, and then manifest it. So the same hatred that they had for us and still have, we now have it for each other. Because the hatred was packaged, marketed, and represented as justifiable conversations and ideologies that we picked up. And now we have the same hatred for each other. Beloved, this truth here, and I'm going to make this point, family, is such a grave misfortune about us, because Billy Toussaint was, as we have on our first-hand accounts, a decent, hardworking, honest black man, a single father with children, dedicated and committed to representing himself. You see, once we hear black man killed and by the police, we ignorant black people jump on the bandwagon of congratulating those who executed our own children. But this Billy Toussaint character was apparently, from what we understand, a really fine man. A black man who had his life in order, but from what we understand, and of course we're limited in what we can say, was threatened by a police officer. That there was some land dispute issue. We were given a copy of the official complaint, which apparently some elements within the police service were not aware of the official complaint that was lodged by this black man who was killed by the police. We have a copy of the document. What are the odds? It's like 17-year-old Ricardo Muhammad was slapped and physically abused by a police officer. And then a few days later, that same police officer that slapped and roughed up 17-year-old Ricardo Muhammad killed him. But, according to the police's story, killed him by accident. What are the odds that you beat me up today and kill me tomorrow by accident? What are the odds that you get into a dispute with a police officer, that you have to actually go to the police complaints authority and register a complaint of a threat that he made against you? And then a month or so later, you so crazy to just see police somewhere, open fire on them and miss, and then they return fire to you and hit. Are we black men so crazy that we just see police, open fire on them and miss, and then they return fire and hit? And then when they hit us, the story is always the same, and we immediately dismiss whatever possibility there could have been whatsoever that these men were innocent. But then in America, there's a Trayvon Martin, there's a Jordan Davis, there's a Freddie Gray, there's a Eric Garner, there's a George Floyd, there's a Ahmaud Arbery. And we relate with compassion to the global struggle of Black Lives Matter. But when an innocent black man, I'm not talking about the guilty ones. The guilty ones have to pay the price. I'm talking about the innocent ones. Why is it that when this happens on our own soil, we say, go, Commissioner, go, good job. We need to clean those pests off the street. We have to get rid of them. Y'all need to go out and kill more of them. Y'all are some sick-minded black people who fall into that trap of black on black self-hatred. And I understand that on a television program, the death of this particular brother, Billy Toussey, who comes from a very decent family, decent man, hardworking, honest, not known to the police for any offenses, is killed. After complaining about threats from the police. Good man. But on one of the television programs, a police officer referred to the death of Billy Toussey as being that he was sanitized. You could actually say that as a police officer on TV and get away with it. That he was sanitized. A loving father, brother, husband, within a community, clean man, decent man, no rap sheet. He's killed. And the police could say, oh, we sanitized him. That statement so terribly hurt the family and those who know. But beloved, we now have to recalibrate our sensitivity towards the pain that we feel. It is great that we can come together and have a march on home soil. We support it. We had representation from our organization there. We encourage our people. But we must lift our voices when it happens at home. The police executed 5 young men in Trumakag, Laventil on October the 24th, 2018. 15-year-old Shaquem Francois, 17-year-old Kadeem Phillip, 20-year-old Shondell St. Clair, 23-year-old Nicholas Barker, and 26-year-old Meshach Douglas. We understand that the police had intentions of getting one of them. But a 15-year-old and a 17-year-old executed by the police at their own homes. And even if what the police said was true, it is still an obscene crime and miscarriage of justice to kill 5 men and then drag their dead bodies across cold concrete and throw them in the back of a vehicle. A total violation of the procedure that's supposed to take place when someone is killed. Where is our pain for that? Where is our pain for Nigel Caesar, shot dead by the police? The police said he shot at them and they returned fire and killed him. But the chief forensic scientist, Dr. Valerie Alexandra, said, no, that can't be true. He was shot in the back while running away. But the public just comes and say, go, Gary, go. Kill more of them. Get more of them. Let's clean these pests. Let's get rid of these scum. Let's sanitize them. Listen, if that kind of self-hatred already exists within our hearts and minds, then we can so easily be manipulated to be the agents of each other's own destruction. And that is part of what you see happening. What about Tristan Cobbler, who was speaking to his mother on the phone, saying that the police are looking for him to kill him? She's hearing her son on the phone pleading for his life from the police. They execute him there on the spot, but the mother hears on the news later on that he was shooting at them. And they returned fire. And in returning fire, they hit him. What about Dylan Skeet, Joel Tash, and Tremaine Thomas, whom, according to multiple eyewitnesses, were lined up against a wall and executed without them knowing that one of the people that they lined up against the wall, 6 shot, 3 dead. What kind of law is that? One of them was a filmmaker from Jamaica, and they were on a project called Lights of Laventil. The whole community talking about seeing an unmarked vehicle and a marked police vehicle stopping, communicating. Then the unmarked vehicle stops. People from that vehicle line up these men against the wall, execute them. And then it's like we're incapable of hearing what could be the truth about these situations. It's like we're tunnel vision, narrow-minded, so deeply believing in the deservedness of our own to meet their premature death. Express newspaper article entitled Police Killings, dated August 21st, 2014, says more questions than answers after 3 men are killed in a reported shootout with the police. Relatives are claiming that the men were killed in cold blood. Another case, but once again the pathologist says that they were shot while standing and bullets pierced each man's heart, killing them instantly. The police involved triple killings occurred, this time in Freeport, Trinidad. In another article, Gillian Lucky on police killings, June 11, 2014, says Police Complaints Authority Director Gillian Lucky is concerned with the increasing trend of police killings involving civilians. Another article talks about the August 17, 2007 killing of 5 people by the police. Jordan Charles, Lincoln Ford, Glenn Liverpool, Hayden Goddard and Wendy Courtney, all reportedly killed by Northern Division officers on inquiries on the Churchill Roosevelt Highway, Agua Santa Drive, Wallerfield, when they intercepted a Nissan Almera. How could 5 people end up dead from being questioned by the police? Father Clyde Harvey of the Catholic Church for the opening of the law term in 2014 going into 2015, chose to address the subject of extrajudicial killings above all other topical burning issues at the time. Father Clyde Harvey, in his role as a priest at the opening of the law term, in the presence of the President of the Republic, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, the opposition leader, the Chief Justice, the Director of Public Prosecutions, Minister of National Security, and a whole host of other public officials. In their presence, he chose to deal with the subject: extrajudicial killings by the police. And he said, some police are guilty, all are responsible. And I feel myself to be guilty. Is it 30-something officers who were responsible for 32 deaths? That was up to September that year. Or are some police officers carrying 3 or 5 ghosts? The language of Father Harvey. He said, this affects the law. The people on the ground know what is happening. Harvey also invited members of the legal profession to engage in some introspection, asking, can the law give life? Does the law give life? Has the law given life? Has legal education been life-giving? All rhetorical questions where the answer is no. So what gives them the right to arbitrarily take lives? Some cops to blame. Newsday report, April 18, 2016. Inspector Michael Seal said some police officers must take blame for the galloping murder rate in the country because in their respective communities, like so many citizens, they too have been turning a blind eye to crimes committed. Officers must emerge with some introspection. Another article, Express, July 6, 2014, condemn all unlawful police killings. And it noted that 30 police killings to date, also said autopsies often contradict police evidence. In relation to a police killing, a former official of the Forensic Science Center is quoted as saying, I will never forget that the wounds were consistent as though he held up his arms in surrender. In other instances, doubts were raised about the proximity of police officers to their victims when shootings occurred. They're saying, oh, he was running across the street and we shot them. But the forensic specialists are saying many of them were shot at close range, execution style. But it is only when persons confront the police, they invite their own deaths. And that is the only time that they have been shot. What about Shaquille McCoy, 21 years old, shot and killed by Northeastern Division Police in Mova under questionable circumstances? The Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan said in the Justifiable Homicide series, he said police authorities are the same today as they were during slavery. In fact, this is how policing began. Police were formed to catch runaway slaves, bring them back to their masters, and make examples of them to throw fear into the other slaves. It is the same today. Police authorities are trained to kill as well as protect. But where black people are concerned, Minister Farrakhan says, police legitimize their mob attacks under the name of backup. Police backup is often no different than the lynch mobs 100 years ago. The killing of our people, shooting them with many bullets when one would have done the job. And then that deliberative body, which is to discuss the brutal murder of our people by looking into the facts, comes away calling it justifiable homicide. And there is a long, continuous list. But that's not where my focus is this evening as I begin to conclude. My focus is on us. How is it that we feel so compelled to join forces with our foreign counterparts, as we always encourage, over the extrajudicial execution of our people? But when the same thing happens at home, we have no sensitivity towards it. And we live in a country where there is an inordinate quantity of extrajudicial killings. We commend the Commissioner of Police in him being on his objective to weed out corrupt elements. But it becomes a problem when some of those who are not considered to be corrupt are, in fact, murderers. And when our insensitivity towards the life of our own black youth coincides with the bloodthirst of some of those law enforcement officers, it creates a recipe for disaster. And so, yes, that is the situation with the police. But I'm talking about us, and us against us. And so, I begin to conclude with this, beloved. And as I had said, black police officers killing innocent black men does not take away from the Black Lives Matter conversation, but it actually adds to its relevance and urgency, because we now have the agonizing dual combination of police brutality manifesting as extrajudicial killings coupled with black on black crime. So now we have two reasons to cry out for justice in the name of Black Lives Matter instead of just one reason. It's absurd to say that because the police are black and the victims of their slayings are also black, that we don't have a cause. We have two causes in that instance. And so that adds to the complexity of our troubling situation of self-destruction based on the negative psychology that is used as a driving force behind the self-hatred that they once had for us, but now we have it for each other because of our listening and learning from them through their curriculum and syllabus and educational post-colonial teaching that we have absorbed, the devaluation and dehumanization of black life, and them archiving it and making it official policies. So, of course, it is not just the police, and I conclude with this. Beloved, we have to be equally sensitive to the death of our young brothers when we kill each other as to when white racist police kill us. The value of the life is the same in both circumstances. Clearly, we understand that one is much more aggravating and contentious than the other in the way that it is represented publicly, regionally, and internationally. But the value of the black life is the same. So whether it is in New York, Los Angeles, Chicago, or Atlanta in America, we must have the same compassion and sensitivity for our young black men who die on the streets of East Port-of-Spain, Laventil, Mova, Beetham, Sealots, all along the East-West Corridor, San Fernando, Point Fortin or Tobago, and everywhere in between, from Guyana in the south all the way up to Jamaica and the Bahamas up in the north. We have to have that same unified, combined, collective consciousness where we don't weigh and apportion some black life as being worth more than other black lives. There are no second and third class citizens in the eyes of the Creator who gave us an identical biology. And so the reasons that black people kill black people don't have their roots in black people, but it is a psychology that we must understand. So I leave us with this, family. Why do black people kill black people? It is basically 4 factors. 1, it is a toxic combination of racism, classism, and capitalism. 2, black on black murder has been historically rewarded, and crimes by black people against black people has been part of a system where there are positive sanctions for the participation in the destruction of our own people. 3, we are socialized into conflict with each other, and this black on black conflict is represented as socially acceptable, culturally glorified, and media exaggerated. Youth are seen to inherit the conflict of gangs and gang members that went before them. So you're growing up in the community, it is part of the culture to now become a member of a social unit that was already in contention and conflict with another social unit which has nothing to do with you, but you have joined the gang and now you inherit it, and so in so doing you've inherited death. And finally, the 7 causal factors within our community of broken homes, dysfunctional families and faulty parenting, poverty and unemployment, cultural deprivation, lack of personal self-motivation, negative peer group influences, and educational underachievement. And all of those factors combined together with all of those other factors, we have a recipe for self-destruction in a system that we did not design. And so I end explaining simply point number 1, which is like the overarching dominant factor that is controlling the reality of all of the other sub-factors. That the reason that black people kill black people is found in that poisonous combination of capitalism, classism, and racism. Think. And I've given this analogy before, but I give it in another way. Imagine 100 people in a room who are suffering from exhaustion and dehydration, and we have 100 bottles of water. And if everyone gets 1, then there will be order and stability in the room. According to the economic statistics of the reality of capitalism in Western societies, the top 1% owns and controls 35% of the wealth. The next 19% own and control 50% of the wealth. And the bottom 80% of the people own and control, among them, only 15% of the wealth. That is how capitalism is structured. Let's go back to the 100 people dying of thirst or exhaustion or dehydration in a room with 100 bottles of water. And once they are equally distributed, then there will be order, harmony, cooperation, and the ability to participate in group collective activities for the benefit of the entire unit. But one person leaves the room with 35 bottles of water. So he now leaves 99 people in the room with 65 bottles of water left. So now they would have to share among themselves, maybe 1 bottle to 2 people. Some people will be able to get 1 bottle, but they have to work out a system. But imagine the next 19 people leave the room with 50 bottles of water, commensurate with the statistical structure of how capitalism manifests in Western societies. So one person left the room with 35 bottles, then the next 19 people left the room with 50 bottles. So now you have 80 people left in that room. And those 80 people have to share 15 bottles of water among themselves. Now, that is a recipe for chaos, because they're going to fight, there's going to be conflict, there's going to be violence. And so now some kind of system has to be established to contain their violence, because the top 1% and the next 19% are in control because they have the power. So when they set up a system, they're going to set up a system of national security that would insulate and protect their possessions from the desire of the deprived who are left with limited resources. So now when that top 1% have an influence over government, they will give their support and their finances to anyone within the system who will guarantee their protection and the continued expansion of their economic empire. Which means now that even though you have 80 people who have to share up 15 bottles of water among themselves, if another 100 bottles enter into the room, the same top 1% and the next 19% will do all that they can to extract those additional 100 to keep the poor, underclass, working class, so-called proletariat at each other's throats, fighting for survival, seeing themselves as each other's worst enemies. Now, that is capitalism. Dr. Eric Williams in Capitalism and Slavery, which he published in 1943 as his doctoral dissertation, explained now that capitalism is carefully intertwined with racism. So you have a 1% on top, then the next 19%, which represents an upper middle class, and then the 80% at the bottom, which in a cosmopolitan, multi-ethnic, multiracial society will be the black people who are caught and locked under and in systems of historical, institutionalized racism, where there was never any equal distribution of wealth. And even after slavery was abolished and we went into apprenticeship, then into the colonial era, there was still a system in place to keep a social order identical to how it was during slavery. So you have the capitalism in harmony with the racism. But here where the classism comes in. The classism acts as a disguise for the reality of the racism, because we say, no, it's not about race, it's about class. And then we use this again as a weaponized idea to fight against the objectives and agenda of black consciousness. So they tell us, no, the reason that they're suffering is not racism, it's classism. Because look, it's the rich people here who are privileged, and it's the poor people there who are underprivileged. And they say, but look, there's a black among the wealthy. But according to Karl Marx, in speaking on the evil natures of capitalism, he says that they inject samples and examples of upward and downward social mobility to loosen class solidarity. So you take someone from the poor, he elevates up into the rich, and then he's used as a token or a symbol to the others to say, look, this isn't about racism, because look, he's a Negro and he made it to the top with us. And then they throw in the classism to obscure and cloud the reality of racism. So if there is an economy rooted in capitalism, which is rooted in inequality, which is rooted in the manifestation of crime and violence in the community, marginalization, impoverishment, disenfranchisement of underclass, high unemployment, low minimum wage, and then someone from the outside brings in guns and drugs and circulates them within the community. And the racism merges with the capitalism, and then the classism is used as a disguise for it, and we are locked in it, responding to it with the same after effects of the psychological onslaught of the worst crimes against humanity ever. And we don't miss the detection of the coded language of those who say, well, it is black people killing black people, and all lives matter, and blacks sold other blacks into slavery. And they use all of those ideas as weapons against us. Bear with me for less than 5 more minutes, because I just want to dispel that issue about talking about black people sold other black people into slavery. In my book, Black Studies, we dealt with this issue of African resistance to the slave trade. And yeah, you could say, did black people sell other black people into slavery? Yeah, there were a couple cases. But that was a teardrop in the ocean in comparison to the reality of how much we fought against slavery. Africans resisted the slave trade. I'm reading from Black Studies, which is available on, there's a special offer online right now on the website www.blackagendaproject.com, where you can get both books, Black Studies and Knowledge is Power, for $53. 2 for the price of 1. 2 new books in Black Studies. Say Africans generally resisted the slave trade. Resistance marked the whole endeavor from the initial raid to the sale abroad. Queen Nzinga of Angola fought for 30 years against the Portuguese, using her army of a country to fight against slavery. Queen Nzinga of Angola, of Matamba, fought with total dedication of all of her resources. The political leader of the Baga people, of where today will be called Guinea, had political meetings on how they will fight against slavery. So in Tomba in 1720, they built an alliance with other neighboring communities and nations to fight and wage war against the slave trade. King Nzenga Maramba of the Congo also used his state's resources to fight against slavery. You had King Ajada Trudeau of Dahomey, who sent armies outside of the borders of his country to capture and destroy slave trading centers on the coast in 1724. And there were kings and rulers and governments and queens and heads of societies that saw this as a scourge that was taking over the African continent, that it was their responsibility to fight against. How come you never heard about that? But you're hearing all this chatter, oh, blacks sold other blacks into slavery. And then you, foolish, ignorant, semi-literate, self-hating, scared to death, backdoor knocking, shuffling, groveling on your knees, slave. Take up that conversation and use it as a weapon now against your own people to injure the objectives of us collectively as a people in our fight for reparations and unity and upliftment and development of organizations and institutions of our society. Why must you, as a black person, be such a loyal, committed enemy of your own people? Further to that, and we haven't even started talking about the Western Hemisphere, all of this fighting against slavery, resistance against slavery, building armies and alliances against slavery was done by Africans on the African continent. Ayagoro Ome points out in his research, also David Richardson in his research, compiling information from French, Dutch, and British shipping records, newspapers, and articles, pointed out that there were 483 reports of attacks by Africans against slave ships and their crews on the African continent. Free Africans coming from the shore launched 92 of the attacks. There were 388 insurrections carried out on board 368 slave ships between 1698 and 1807. These interventions, both successful and unsuccessful, would have had saved a total of almost 1 million African lives from being shipped to the Americas. In addition to that, and we're talking about Africans in Africa fighting against slavery, I'm dispelling your arguments when you say blacks sold other blacks. You switch on the radio today, and in the face of the whole Black Lives Matter discussion, you're still hearing people mainly of other ethnic groups, mainly East Indian people and a little local white and Assyrian will try to throw that in there with a little All Lives Matter statement saying, well, blacks sold other blacks into slavery. But even when we came over to the Western Hemisphere, resistance against slavery involved denying support to the established order, denying, diminishing, or eliminating the impact of slavery in its hold, forcing changes in the structure, escaping control of the jurisdiction. And in addition to this, in the Caribbean, there were 62 slave rebellions in 13 different Caribbean territories. Some of those slave rebellions lasting for 10 years, like in Jamaica. But the only narrative that we are told on this is that black people sold other black people into slavery. So, beloved family, I say to us that, of course, let us continue to not, as soon as we hear something about a black movement, about a black organization, about a protest or a march or a cause, it's called negativity. With our negativity mixed with negativity, which makes us into modern day slaves or Negroes, anything black or black owned, as the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, we feel compelled to attack and try to destroy and say, oh no, dig up all kind of old reasons in the history of the movement about why we shouldn't support it or why we should find some other cause. Yeah, let's unify, solidify, unite, but we must feel the same pain that when they slay the lives of our innocent brothers and sisters. Again, I say as a disclaimer, I'm not talking about the guilty ones, but when they kill our innocent ones, we must also lift our voices in condemnation, because regardless of where you are, anywhere on this planet, Black Lives Matter. Tell me what you think. 342-0081 and 466-5391. Our landline is also open, 622-3303. It is 10:16, people. Time is running, so let me go straight to the phone lines. Caller, good evening. You're on the air.
Good evening, Brother Muhammad.
How you doing, my brother?
My brother, you cannot say it no better than how I believe in my teachings, because from a good while I've been telling you, I never liked the teaching that they teach me in school, because I always used to believe that was false, and that's what I want you to know about. But you deal with your natural knowledge, brother. The system will faster to get rid of you instead of try to help you. My brother, Black Lives Matters from way back to now. And as you say, most of the people who talking right now about the sign up of that, they're Syrian, East Indian, and have some Negroes who forget that they are black. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you, my brother. Good evening, caller.
Good evening, David Mohammed.
Good evening to you.
Yeah, man, none of the feeds are working, you know, so all your international listeners are without air.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Your Facebook Live, that's the only outlet we can listen to. But we forgetting about the Arabs. You know, all this talk and still no talk about the Arabs. That's one thing. Another thing, how do we know it's black officers that are doing these killings? They all wear masks. They might be black, but they don't consider themselves black. Look at the Maruga 3. There's a recording of that we've never seen. And look at the officers who were charged. You know, so we can't be playing this and letting the Indian off the hook. Okay? Have a good day.
All right, thank you. No one's being let off the hook. Because there was an East Indian officer who was the grandson of one of the religious leaders who was on some charge or was in a situation. But a lot of times it's us. There's a psychology that plays out with Indian police officers and black youth, which is similar to the psychology that plays out with white police officers and black youth. And that's something that has to be addressed as well. Caller, good evening.
Good evening, David Mohammed.
Good evening to you.
Yeah, I'm watching the video of this latest killing in Atlanta. And I'm thinking
the one in the car park of Wendy's?
Yeah, the car park of Wendy's. Yeah. And I'm thinking to myself, but how could a man sitting in his back seat who may be drunk lead to his death? And I am saying that all these killings, or most of these killings, is like the police likes to provoke these guys into ending up dead or something like that. Because I am saying, if you were compassionate as a white police officer, you could have easily, the man told you that his sister's house was right down there, you know. You could have either driven the man to his sister's house and let him sleep all the night, or you could have taken him to the police station and let him rest it off. How could you started, the man agreed to take the breathalyzer test, right, which was not a problem. But how could anybody watching that video and then seeing that leading to the man's death, they could never agree with that. These officers could have done much better than what they did. They could have, if they were compassionate, they could have easily either, as I said, take him to the sister house, let him sleep it out, or to the police station and let him rest it out also. There was no need for any real confrontation that led to his death. And a taser is a non-lethal weapon. Okay, I think the police handled it badly. And I don't know if the white police officers always coming out there for a confrontation with these black guys.
Thank you, my brother. And let me say this: there is a Facebook page dedicated to Billy Toucey. And, I invite you to check this out and support it, because this apparently was really, really a good man. As so many of our people who find themselves in similar situations are. But the amount, the outpouring of concern over Billy Toucey is something that it's really something to make us reflect. All right, it's 10:23, people. We're taking your calls, 342-0081 and 466-5391. Let's go back to the phones. Good evening, caller.
Assalamu alaikum, Brother David.
Walaikum salam.
I'm going off the grid a bit. I have a question. Do you know what is the meaning of the PIN number on your birth paper?
Tell us.
No, I'm asking. I heard something and I thought you would know. And then I'll tell you what I heard.
Not quite. I can't remark on that.
I heard that is our stock number.
You're talking about our current birth paper or old historical documents?
The PIN number. The polymer one, does it have a PIN? There's a PIN number that is asked you for every time you're going for your birth paper.
I really don't know about that. But this what you're saying is intriguing.
Yeah, well, I don't know. So I say, no, I don't want to say, I don't want to run with it. So I asked you because I tell myself you may know. But somebody told me that it's a stock number.
Wow.
From slavery. And
I would say it's unlikely that our birth paper in 2020 would have such.
Well, that's why I'm asking if the polymer, which I don't have, has a PIN number, because it would be the same PIN number being transferred. It doesn't have a PIN number, the polymer?
Well, honestly, I don't know. I don't even have one of those birth
Okay, well, I'm just telling you what I heard. Let me just share it. And that's why I asked.
Yeah.
I'm still trying to find out if that is so. And it could be so. And understand that it's still used on the stock exchange. And I'm saying, if that is so, I'm wondering if certain races of people born in Trinidad, different races, would have a PIN number on their birth paper. That's how I would kind of eliminate that particular thing. Because if they were not slaves, they didn't come from slave, our blacks or Negroes category. They didn't come from Africa as slaves. Then they shouldn't have a PIN number on their birth paper if they were born in big. Because if that is so, that's what I'm saying. So I just heard that, and I say, well, let me ask you if you know of that. But it's just something out there.
Well, you have me thinking, and I'm sure you have a lot of other people thinking as well. Right, but thank you for your call.
Thank you so much.
All right. Caller, good evening.
Good evening, Brother David.
Good evening, sir. How you doing?
How are you, man?
I'm great, thank you.
Well, David, life is like a bubble, you know. And when you have a bubble, what have something to a bubble there, David? And you just bust after a while? Huh?
I'm listening.
Right, but you see what going on in America, you know, right now. It finally come as a Malcolm X and say, she can come on the roof. Black people taking too long to wake up, to understand who are the real enemy, you know. And I same thing I'm going in Trinidad and Tobago. If you notice, 99% of the youth will get gunned down in the street, whether from behind and saying, check out the police for them who kill them. It's not really black police, it's Eastern police doing all of the shooting and the killing. But we just don't say, boy, there was gunman and was killers. But even at the time when they get gunned down, they was in the act of robbing or shooting or something. The police just see them somewhere and spot them and decide to go after them, and the same narrative every time and the same story. We stop him and he run, and when we shoot him, we find him with a gun for him and shoot back at us. But nobody's never come and show the bullet that he really shoot back at us or do a fingernail or a DNA test for the hand that he really fire a gun at that moment there. But it's the same story we are here. But you know, as we as a society, we don't really check ourselves and realize that in our life, we are check out ourselves one by one because them say majority rule. But the little youth on the street, they don't understand that it's majority rule. They say don't check in yourself and look in yourself and say, what may I do really wrong? Check out myself because somebody want to rule us. So they allow us to continue to do the crime and sweep the crime where they can use a way of getting rid of most of the people that gunning down on the street and say we was killers and robbers and all them things. Because society now make a better for the youth and them. I see our beloved Prime Minister now, I've got this young lady now call about the birth certificate. You hear the Prime Minister out there, they say he wants to bring a new identity that Trinidad and Tobago, where we can tag people.
Tag?
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Electronic tagging.
When you talk about it? Huh?
The electronic tagging?
You're right.
Yeah.
So, it's the same thing when they come with the idea, like the bank of the idea how to bring revenue to Trinidad and Tobago. They come with the same idea. Start to tag the youth them, what the taxi work, P-car, everything. Every time the government short of money in turn to people who own motor vehicles, motorists. So David, you can imagine if 1,000 youth lost their life within a year. What would they go home and tell their wife and their children when they can't feed them? Because the only means of their feeding them is to drive a vehicle to carry goods and service, carry people and service, and he can't mind his family, his wife start being born, owning him. We're still as a youth, to a youth, David. We must always remember that it's 20 years from today, Dr. Keith Rowley wouldn't be around anymore, you know. He will be in a rocking chair, relaxing, enjoying pension, both him and Colin Ember, the whole entire UNC party, all of them will be all relaxing themselves. When they marry the mess of society, none of them politicians are good enough, if they really check it out enough. None of them good enough. Because they sit down there and watch the TM colonial law and make over the youth them of the future head. To destroy the youth them because all them bankrupt the idea to put you and to go forward. And David, if you take an example and look what going on in Jamaica today. One man take out 4 police officers alive.
Yeah, that was last week, right?
All right. You know what that cost on David?
Tell me, give us some insight onto that. Because 4 of them were dead, right?
Yeah, man. Let me tell you what happened, David. And children.
And they caught the man, right?
Huh?
They caught him, did they?
Boy, caught up man, David. All the police do around the Caribbean here is always trying to escape and target one man and say, this is the man, to make themselves looking good. Just like what they do in Trinidad here. Always going on somebody.
So what? So you're saying that they caught the wrong man?
Wrong man. So you eliminate somebody and say this was the man. Because they know what went on. Tell you what went on, David. Over the years, the Jamaican government tried to put tax on the youth and them. So if you have a bubble, Mr. David, one day the bubble going to get burst. You understand me? Because every means of way for you to make money, the government put something in your way, something back in your way, so you can't make money. So the money keeps staying at the rich people hand. People like Michael Leachin and them, who own NCB Bank and them, they come out from nowhere. All of a sudden, they become the most powerful man on the ground. Just like some Syrian therefore. They continue to get richer and richer every year, and the youth out the road get the benefit. As when you talk about the other, when you talk about the small contractor and them, if they only take 1% in and give to that small contractor and get somebody to guide them and teach how to own 4 and 5 tractors, he will be able to help some youth around the community. But they not do it. The mercy when they come with the tell us say, he don't own a tractor, he don't own the truck. But he must start from somewhere, David. So I get a chance to do them things, David. All they have to do is end up finding himself in the bubble when they make up his mind one day. It's either me or them. Today, they're going to look for that food there. So the police, they're going to do enough to do because they have one life to live. And that's all I got there, David. And I see anything happening in Trinidad there, years by year, because I can notice. From the next 10 years from today, we are going to be a little Latin America, you know. And if we notice that everything has transferred, you understand me? We have other people idea are coming at the youth head, other people culture are coming at the youth head. So the Trinidad have a speed right now. When nobody now really look down the road to see what will happen 20 years from today. When the government put all these laws, bringing all these people with a new idea, and they push out the little small man out there work, and they work for less money. What happened to the youth and them, David? What will never happen to David? What will never happen to David? If you now look at the long term, you now look at quick things. The 9 to narrow, David, man. They keep talking about 9 to narrow, man. You understand me? Hurt my heart every day to see my people. Now wake up. Get up and vote for the same people them who oppress you every day. But David, I locked on and I listen, man.
Thank you, my brother. Here, thank you, sir. Caller, good evening.
Yes, good night, but I'm alright.
How you doing? You might have to speak up a bit.
Okay, I just called. I know you already covered the black on black murders thing, but when we study about the rights we desire, right, we need to consider the land issues, the way we live, our ability to own land, etc. We need to study why it is we are born Catholic and choose otherwise later on. Right? Just now, I just put on the shade a little bit. Yeah, right? We also need to focus on the white system. I mean, when a man dies and we complain and so on and we protest, etc., there is only one small part of the whole pie. I mean, the legal system is the system that actually backs the police, right? And as already mentioned before, how there's numerous differences when it comes to compensation being rewarded by police as compared to African to other races. And also we need to consider the media which includes movies, etc. Right? The media system controls the minds of persons. So therefore, whoever controls the media controls the mind of the world. And it is linked to law. So you can use the media to influence the legal system, and it has been done many times. And also, I mean, take for example those in America who protested on George Floyd, right? They are actually putting themselves at risk for this COVID-19, and most of them will have to face the white doctor with a syringe in his hand. And it's very easy for him to turn his back on them. And hence the desires of the white agenda will be fulfilled. So they need to think about that. And of course you mentioned the education system. The education system, how would you expect to get your rights when the white man, your enemy, is actually teaching you? If your enemy is teaching you, would he teach you to rebel against him? No, he would not. He'll teach you to become an economic slave so that he could become more wealthy. Right? And a typical example of this is what we have in Trinidad here. If you analyze the police service, right, as you mentioned, the history that they have, believe it or not, the color coding was changed within recent time, somewhere around between 2010 or 2012. You realize, and if you analyze it, the British police has the same design, right? If you look at the symbol of the police service, the interlocking triangle actually is a Ku Klux Klan symbol, and a bird in the center, whatever type of bird it is, in this case it is a hummingbird, right? It is a symbol of death. And if you look at the history of the hummingbird in this country, there was a tribe, it's linked to Labre, where a tribe was guilty of getting a curse based on them consuming the hummingbird, which was considered an angel. So it has its African link with it, right? But any kind of bird is actually it represents a soul. And if you notice the leaves around it, the leaves is actually a wreath, and we all know that wreath has to do with funeral, right? And believe it or not, other than the definition of corona being a crown, another definition is actually a wreath. So, and we know that it's tailor-made for African people, right? So if we look at these things, we have been serving our slave masters diligently, and our governments have been serving them diligently. I mean, you check the traffic wardens, their dress code, and the English police dress code. But Ahmed, we need to think deep, and I mean to say, before we just protest for something really, really deep. The whole system has to change. All good night.
Thank you, my brother. Good evening, caller.
Good night, Brother Mohammed.
How you doing?
All right. Last week Monday, I called on the station.
Mm-hmm.
I have a guy who always attacked me. And I called. I want to tell that brother, if he was in my shoes, he would know what I'm feeling. And don't attack me. Try to better my contribution towards the black man in this country. Especially the youths who I know is going through a rough time while they're unemployed. I am even to this same guy that if you have nothing good to say, you better stay off the line. Because, and I say, if it was in my shoes, you will know I feeling. I live in Lavantel, young success school, and I can tell you with a feeling. You can't know with a feeling unless you was in them shoes. You will know what them feeling. And the next sister who said well, it depend on the government or it will depend on the government. Sister, at the end of the day, I have to depend on the government because I pay tax. I have a company. I am VAT register. I'm not fly-by-night company I have. And I am stating, if your mother wake up in the morning or every morning and is a boy and a child, I mean a boy and a child, sister and brother, and mother giving his son hot water to drink and giving the girl milk and honey. What do you do? Brother Mohammed, what you are doing that in that instance? What you can do nothing. You are a drinker. That's all.
If you have
you
no
can't
choice.
go behind your mother back and say go put milk and money. You are a drink that. So I'm telling my brother, there are plenty children hungry out there. And I ask the government and ask the MP to assist me, to assist them. Because, Brother Mohammed, I am saying, I never went to trade school to learn trade. I learned trade on my own by people teaching me. And I feel I have a obligation to teach the youth that I see want to go astray. And if the government want to help who don't have and don't care about the poor man in this country, I am telling you, I vote for them. But trust me, I'm going to work hard to get them out because my dreams have to fulfill before I pass. Thank you, Brother Mohammed.
Thank you, brother. Much respect to you. Much respect to you. Good evening.
Yeah, King David.
Yes, sir. Yes, Emperor.
Yeah. Now, something on my mind, right? Now, they have the points, the driving drivers, right? They have the limit points or whatever, right? That, so when they get a certain amount of points, right, they take away your license and they send you home. So you cannot work again. If it's, let's say a maxi driver or whatever, you cannot work again because the points up, right? So they send you home. So your children, you can't work, your children can't nothing, right?
Go on. Caller? All right, seems like we lost you. Not sure what happened there, but you can call back if you like. Caller, good evening.
Yes, good night, Brother Ahmed. A lot of people talking about the merit point system.
Yeah, as someone just was.
Right. I've spoken about that before, right? But I just like to remind people that we are in a system now where tracing is being done. And this COVID-19 era is used to a lot of tracing. And in order for everyone to be placed on a database, you need to have information about everyone. The car you drive, your birth paper, as a lady mentioned, right? It may include your race in a code, right? So that you could be discriminated against when the time reach, or at least identified. As I mentioned before, part 1 was based on 9/11, where the world was fighting against terrorists, right? Literally half the job was done, where a lot of hand printing machines and facial recognition and all kind of stuff literally associated with the airline industry and so on. And laws were even passed locally based on this anti-terrorism act, etc. Now, with this COVID-19, this is part 2 of it. And it coincides with this demerit point system, etc., where there's cameras and so on. But what I'd be concerned about is these taxi drivers. If a person, let me say, operating a taxi, and it is more based on how much trips you make, and it is more based on, how much traffic you face. So if one is to obey the law to a T without getting any points deducted, etc., how much money would you make when they reach? Right? And a second thing is that is anything being done to alleviate the traffic on the road to any significant degree, and the quality of the road that they drive on? So they act as though speeding is the only thing that has caused the loss of life, right? But also poor signage, where men doing work, etc., with poor signage, persons have died as a result of that. Poor roads, take for example the one by up in Gasparilla, this Gasparilla flyover. It's years it took for them to actually put some kind of proper lighting. And if you notice, the death rate at that area dropped. So we have many other areas. To navigate the highway itself from the road that goes under the flyover, right? It's difficult without any lighting. And years they took to put that in place. And there's many other areas you could think about. If you don't know the road, you could end up dead. So who would be responsible legally when the government will be at fault for someone who lose their life in the process, although they were traveling within the speed? There are many other things to talk about. Have a good night.
Thank you, my brother. Caller, good evening.
Yeah, King David, is that it, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, I'm pro.
No, what I want to write is that if a government minister is caught, right, thieving billions of dollars, all right, what is the law you're going to implement for him? Listen to me. You see the law for that? You're supposed to shoot him. Because if a government minister to thief billions of dollars, right, you as the head, right, you're supposed to put in place where if he is caught thieving billions of dollars from poor people, you have a right to be dead. Because when you thief billions of dollars, right, from poor people, it's tyrannical. All right, Brother David?
Yes. Now, I hear you, and that is a legitimate concern. But, in sharing ideas like that, you have to make it clear that that the justice that you're seeking is not arbitrary. Right.
When I say arbitrary, what do you mean?
That is not okay. So someone is accused of stealing, and then we just kill them immediately without due process.
No. I mean so. I mean so.
Right. Because there are many societies that have historically implemented the death penalty for leaders of those societies who have been corrupt. I mean, places like China, for example. Someone violates the trust of the people or steals from the public. They execute them.
Right.
In some first world societies, they would have to resign. Sometimes just in the face of some of the allegations, depending on the level they resign or take a back seat temporarily. But in our society, we justify it.
Right.
You know, we defend it.
Right.
And you know what? If there was, let's say Trinidad, let's say this planet was a borderless world, where anyone could just go and live in any country anywhere, I think Trinidad would be attractive to many career politicians who think they can get away with anything, or who would like to get away with anything.
Yeah. I hear, brother. Now, this is the point I'm trying to draw, because you're making drastic laws, right, for the poor man, right? The points and all kind of thing, right? When you reach a certain amount of points, you are to go home, they take away your license. But them who want up there, who thief in billions, they're making laws for them. All right? And I think they're supposed to make laws for them too. All right? Because at the end of the day, right, they thief because it is known, it have thieving going on top there, because the rate of this country, we have all kind of oil boom, right? And look at the state of the country, right? Make laws for them when they thief the billions, right? Make laws for them. Where when they thief billions from poor people, it's either they get lifetime or death. One of the two. All right? Because we're not stupid, you know. We might be educated like them, but we're not stupid. We're watching. All right? All right, King David.
All right, my brother. Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, brother.
Good evening, caller.
Yeah, good evening, brother David.
Yes, sir.
This decade for people of African descent, brother. In my mind, I just say to think, I just want to simplify it. Put it over in a very, very simple, like ABC. When they say for a decade for people of African descent, I think they mean to eradicate, for governments then, or people in authority, to do things to eradicate poverty in the African community, which is very prevalent, maybe in most countries in the world, right? And to do things also to provide sustainable jobs, so that people of African descent will be able to take proper care of their families and change the standard of living that they will normally endure. I can't use the word enjoy, so I have to use the word endure. But yet instead of that, Brother David, you're still hearing people talking about minimum wages for workers. And when you watch at workers, the majority of the workers are people of African descent. And something about that system itself, Brother David, is telling me, as I will rightly hear you say in many times, it is working against us and not for. And hence the reason I believe that the United Nations, in making an effort to change that bias, they declare this decade so that people in authority will try or do something to help out poor African people in different societies and in different ways. But where they were somehow or the other, that is an invisible thing. You just can't see it happening. And that is the humble contribution that I want to make this evening. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Caller, good evening. You're on the air.
Yeah, here, Brother David.
Yes, sir.
sorry to come back in, but I hear a man call you King David, but I would have said Prophet David.
Oh, Lord.
David, as the gentleman just saying that the government they want to talk about minimum wage, but somebody talk about a better salary. If this government, David, have taken a page out of Patrick Money's book since they came into power, I believe this country can be a far away ahead. Let me give you one example, Brother David. We have a power plant in Labray. Just Labray alone. Think about Labray alone, David. That can power Grenada and Barbados at the same time. How come none of these politicians didn't come for the idea? Since we now use the smelter plant, let's use that power plant and supply Barbados with current, supply Grenada with current, and sell current. We have to still buy current in a channel from private sector, man. We are home every month with over 60 to 70 billion US on an annual basis. When we have a power plant, just sit down, now use. You better give him? What do you think, David?
I hear the logic in what you're saying.
Right. So if we had power them two other islands, they supply current at a reasonable price, you don't think that will be a revenue coming? At least the people elaborate to get some work. And you have to talk about minimum wage and roadside work. Roadside work in a trend to bigger shouldn't be for Trinidad, you know. Should be for the people who are coming to this country to look for work. Whether it's Jamaican, Grenadian, Barbadian, or Venezuelan, that's what the roadside work should be for them people, you know. The average Trinidad should be going to work in them kind of plant there, educating themselves. And we can ship them skill and knowledge outside of Trinidad to be able to even help work for the power plant across there. Because if you really think about a cement plant in Labrador that making car rims, we import the most car rims in Trinidad and Tobago. I believe they're the whole entire Caribbean put together. The most aluminum car rims. Then why we not bring a rim factory here and open up the rim factory? Or some plain engine factory? Because aluminum is also make out of file paper. Aluminum also helps putting file paper into juice boxes. So I'm going to start produce something from them plant along the better David. But here still, we're looking to target the poor man, the small man, tax after tax after tax after tax, till the turn one now, want to take with them life from them. We are the only means of them to survive. Can you imagine a man of 60-year-old still drive a truck and have to give up his life now? Because guess what? One little mistake, you make a police could have vexed with you, say, you know, like what David done, and you made a start, you know, turning back, I'm going to fight put in life into them. I'm going to make sure life is don't I want to get after them. You understand me, David?
Yes, sir.
Government is looking at what they do and trying to make a better society than trying to make a rules of society. And we always think this opposition here is dangerous to this society, like just like a pedestrian man, a man who walk in the roadside. Dangerous to motor vehicles. They're like pedestrians. Very, very dangerous because instead of the government to implement good law, they sit down there, all they must study is to find a way how to get back into power. And when they get back into power, instead they do better, they do worse at the way. You understand me? For 5.5 hours and 6.5 hours, they all come back down to 130 dozen, 1 bunch of them. None of them ain't good. This society, for the future, the youth and future, they only put in their own pocket and securing their grandchildren. Like they feel for them grandchildren want to enjoy this grip or this piece of food at the end of the day, 20 years from today. They're going to enjoy it in the day. They're not going to enjoy it. Like bad law makes. A lot of time, brother.
Thanks a lot. All right, we're on the home stretch now. Caller, good evening.
Yes, good night, brother Moed.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. Animal world, right? When you mix a lion and a tiger, you get a liger, right? Again, yeah, and in the animal world also, you mix a grizzly bear and a polar bear, you get a polar bear. Right? You mix the domestic cattle and the American bison, you get a buffalo. Same way you mix a male donkey and a female horse, you get a mule. Now, when the races mix, especially with the Africans, right, as these animals that I've mentioned here, they cannot survive in the wild. Their survival instinct and fight, right, is diminished to such a level that they cannot survive. They will die. if they are released in the wild. The same thing was done to African people. Our mixing of races have done a damage to us that we cannot fight against the people who mixed us up. As a matter of fact, we embrace them. We embrace our color eyes, or fair skin, or curly hair, or even straight in some instances. So we have embraced the image of our enemies. So how would you fight against your enemy when you yourself look like him and are proud of it? Right? So we need to deal with a whole lot of issues. And I mean, it goes so deep that they have created a God for us to worship that look like him. So if your God looks like him, your parents, or the closer you are in terms of appearance to your slave master, how could you ever defeat it? Have a good night.
Thank you. All right, last caller for the evening. Good evening.
Good evening, Brother David.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I joined your program late, but you know.
Wait. You know something?
What's up?
I don't do this at all. Not at all. But I was about to say, so honestly, I swear, I mean, on my creator, I was about to say, you're my favorite caller. You know, for now, good to hear you. Yeah. But when you said you just tuned in or you tuned in late, I hold back on that for now. But go ahead.
Okay, I laugh with you, know. I wanted to check 2 cents on 2 issues. We park up our back by the Columbus statue and knock it over yet by accident or anything, and it accidentally rolled into our latrine pit or anything. I think they should use them statues as toilet.
You called to ask if that happened?
Yeah, it happened,
okay.
Yes.
Not that I know of, sir. Not that I know of.
I think what I'm saying is that is my contribution to that first issue. Let me tell you, that George Floyd thing is a very serious thing. That Black Lives Matter, we have no idea how much energy that have in it and how it must be used and how it must be supported as far as transferring the energy of it into wherever you exist. Now, people say when the protest done, what will happen? But if they keep that spirit of the protest in their heart and they go to the workplace, the white people and them are talking about the Japanese and them who joining the English people who come together and knock down that statue and roll it in the sea. Congratulations to the English people. Thank you very much. Now we need to join in this reverberation. It must not die down, but it does not have to stay violent and looting, and so it could transfer that energy, to transfer into our hearts, into our workplaces as an attitude towards fight down of black people, and you can stop being prejudicial wherever you are in your office. That brother who talking from Laventille, if we get people who will realize that, I think there's the same fellow who are paving machine and things, and he says to pave them for some amount of meters.
Very progressive, brother. Very progressive, brother.
Yes, I will always stop criticizing that brother, because I time that brother explain how much people he have under him, and the areas he called, Brother David, is boring areas, and that man all of them gather up in one spot. We don't want to support
if you meet that brother, he's a very spirited and progressive brother. Very, very, very much so. But I want to thank you for calling in. This is where I leave it for this evening. I'll be back on tomorrow evening for the Black Agenda. Remember, Mondays and Tuesdays, 9 to 11. Saturday mornings from 7 to 9. Stay tuned to the Street 919 FM. And may Almighty God, Allah, continue to bless you as I greet you in peace. Assalamu alaikum.
What is your real name?
Malcolm X.
Is that your legal name?
As far as I'm concerned, it's my legal name.
Have you been to court to establish the
I didn't have to go to court to be called Murphy or Jones or Smith. Excuse me for answering you this way.
That's
if
all right.
a Chinese person were to say his name was Patrick Murphy, you would look at him like he's insane, because Murphy is an Irish name, a European name, or the name that has a Caucasian or white background. And a yellow person, Chinese is a yellow man, and he has nothing to do or no connection whatsoever with the name Murphy. And if it doesn't look proper for a person who is yellow or Chinese to be walking around named Murphy or Jones or Johnson or Bunch or Powell, I think it would be just as improper for a black person or the so-called Negro in this country, as we're taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, to walk around with these names. And therefore he teaches us that during slavery, the same slave master who owned us put his last name on us to denote that we were his property. So that when you see a Negro today who's named Johnson, if you go back in his history, you'll find that he was once his grandfather or one of his forefathers was owned by a white man who was named Johnson. His name is Bunch. His grandfather was owned by a white man that was named Bunch.
Would you mind telling me what your father's last name was?
My father didn't know his last name. My father got his last name from his grandfather, and his grandfather got it from his grandfather, who got it from the slave master. The real names of our people were destroyed during slavery.
Was there any line, any point in the genealogy of your family when you did have to use the last name, and if so, what was it?
The last name of my forefathers was taken from them when they were brought to America and made slaves. And then the name of the slave master was given, which we refuse. We reject that name today.
You mean you won't even tell me what your father's supposed last name was or gifted last name was?
I never acknowledge it whatsoever.
Let me ask you about the status of Elijah Muhammad. First of all, is he ill?
I spoke to him today. He is in better health than he has been.
Brotherhood is required. Brotherhood is demanded. Brotherhood is obligatory.
Black man get up, black man stand up, black man you better listen.
So there's a need for brotherhood.
Black man get up, black man stand up, black man you better listen. Black man get up, black man stand up, black man you better listen.
Brotherhood is demanded.
Black man get up, black man stand up, black man you better listen.
Brotherhood is required. Brotherhood is demanded. Brotherhood is obligatory. Brotherhood is essential, it is urgent, and it is compulsory. But the time demands brotherhood. Whenever the dominant white society fears for its economic future, racial tensions are always aggravated. The aim of Almighty God is to bring the black man and woman together. The aim of Almighty God is that we, no matter how divided we have been in the past, must experience unity in order to gain the success that we seek and the progress that we desire. There is no way that a divided people can build a future. Brotherhood is required. Brotherhood is demanded. So there's a need for brotherhood. But if you walk the earth,
and your best friend, your worst enemy. Some will eat and drink with you. Then behind them sus upon you. Only your friend know your secrets. So only he could reveal it. And who the fit, let them wear it. Who the fit, let them wear it. Said I throw me con, me no call no foul. I say in cup, clap, clap, clap. Eh. Some will hate you, pretend they love you now. Then behind